So again, we are back here for the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8. I apologize for the issues that we've been having with the stream this morning. Been trying to fix it midstream while also trying to commentate, be the one-man show here. Hopefully we won't run into any more issues through the day. I'll try to do my best to get everything up and running if we do. We are still watching the game between Nice Boy and Ivan Rosito here. It is now game 3. Ivan was able to come back in that game 2 and even the score here. So we should be on our way now. Looks like a Sangan added Sinister Serpent to the hand. And now Trapdoor Shoot's going to get a peek at the hand. There's 2 Thunder Dragon and Sinister Serpent that we know as the audience. See if Nice Boy types out the hand for us since we're just viewing it. Didn't banish the hand for the stream. That's okay, though. So going to put Reaper back. So Spirit Reaper was in the hand here. There's 3 unknown cards that we're not sure of, but we know that Ivan has 2 Thunder Dragons and a Sinister Serpent now. I can imagine that Blade Knight can take care of the other cards in the hand, but unfortunately it doesn't look like Nice Boy was able to take care of Reaper, so get rid of that one. A Light and Dark is already in the hand for Ivan, so probably no Chaos Monster in the hand for Ivan. So Tribe Infecting Virus comes down, takes out the Blade Knight, and now Nice Boy is able to summon a Tsukiyomi here. So I guess that makes sense that you take away the Spirit Reaper because you can't deal with that. You probably already have a card in the hand to deal with the Tribe Infecting Virus here. But Ring of Destruction, awkward one to have to deal with. Probably just had no way of clearing the Reaper, so needed to put that back at the cost of their board being met with a Tribe Infecting Virus and having to deal with Ring of Destruction as well. Run the Tsukiyomi into it, better than running like another guy into it, right? You're going to have to deal with the ring at some point, so make them deal with it now with the Tsukiyomi. It's kind of little in investment. not like an actual threat monster like the Blade Knight would be. And this also sets up Light and Dark for Nice Boy as well. Only taking 11 from the attacks, or from the ring. Now Spirit Reaper from Nice Boy's side. Tricky Reaper, it's attacking into a handful of Thunder Dragons and Sinisters. So 1 in 4 shot here of hitting a card that is unknown, but hits the Sinister instead. So a miss on the Reaper. Now just a set card in the back and a set card in the front for Ivan. Could wall off the Reaper here. Nice Boy doesn't have anything to deal with it. But a Blade Knight on Nice Boy's side could make it big if just by setting a card or activating something. This is winner side of the bracket, meaning that this is the side that people have not lost yet on. And this is round 1 of the winner side of the bracket, so no, it's different than just being round 1. This is a double elimination tournament, so you lose twice and you are eliminated from the tournament. Neither of these players have lost yet, so they're still on the winner side. Gnome and a crossout taking out Gravekeeper's Spy. Really good hit there. Spirit Reaper will attack in, discard a Thunder Dragon. Knew the Thunder Dragon was in the hand already. Still has another Thunder Dragon in the hand and Sinister Serpent, and then the card that was drawn here for turn. Snatch Seal targeting the Blade Knight. See how Ivan follows this up. Just going to attack in. Probably needs to set over this Blade Knight. Might not want to. So no setting over the Blade Knight here. Interesting choice not to do that. Vision of Faith didn't resolve because of the no meta crossout. Finally setting over the Blade Knight with the Thunder Dragon. Spirit Reaper in defense mode, not going to be able to poke that for damage anymore. Set card now from Nice Boy's side. Phoenix Wing Blast now on Ivan's side in the standby phase, going to target the Spirit Reaper. That's minted back to the top of the deck. Spirit Reaper needs to be face up on the field still for its effect to resolve if it gets targeted. So if you target it with something like Snatch Steal and it goes to the opponent's side of the board, then Spirit Reaper will activate and destroy itself. Heavy Storm now, after flipping up the Phoenix Wing Blast, this will get rid of Ring of Destruction and Torrential Tribute. Now, Graceful Charity going to fire that right off. Discard the Sinister Serpent. Now, going to think on the second discard. Does have Light and Dark here for Chaos if you drew into it. Delinquent Duo now taking care of both of the cards in the hand for Nice Boy. This is how you win GFC 15 here. By drawing really well. And the Graceful Charity did draw them into Blackluster Soldier. And that is going to do it with a Solemn Judgment back up. Knew that they were drawing into the Spirit Reaper. Couldn't deal with it anyway. And it looks like Ivan is going to move on here in winner's side. So let's see if we can hop right into another game here. Let's move on over to... These guys have started. Let's just go ahead and watch Alefia here. All right, so we're getting in here. Still round 1 of winner's side. This is Alefia 2, fan favorite. Always brings exciting decks to our tournaments here versus Dadbod 32. Looks like Alefia starting off with Soul Exchange, then using Monster Gate on the Soul Exchange monster, which was a Sangan. This will get Spirit Reaper. Now, Light and Dark Banishing here on Dadbod's side. It's probably going to be a Chaos Sorcerer. There he is. Chaos Sorcerer is going to take out the Sacred Crane, banish it for the effect now. And in the end phase, we're going to see a Scapegoat flip up after Dadbod T-sets. So Dad's playing with all the cards on the table right now. Metamorph gonna turn one of those tokens right into a Thousand Eyes Restrict. See if Dad has a response to this. All right, we're gonna try to add that music that we love so dearly one more time here. All right, hopefully this won't mess up anymore. Like I said, we've had a little bit of technical issues this morning, but hopefully we've hurdled our way over those and everything runs smoothly here on out. I'm going to say that and everything's going to explode, so... So Mirror Force taking out the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Dekoichi flip up. And now we got a Breaker on board for Dadbot's side. Another card in the back row for Dadbot as well. And now Aleph has to figure something out. Cyberstein is going to be the normal summon. This is one of his signature cards. Gonna pay 5,000, bring out a monster here. What fusion are we gonna summon? Summoning something like Gatling Dragon could be pretty big here. This will be able to deal with the monsters on the board as well as destroy your own Cyberstein if you need to. Could also summon Last Warrior to destroy his own guys. Could just summon like a good value fusion, something like a Ryu Senshi. I could deal with the back row. Master of Oz is always a cool option, just to summon a big guy, attack their face. Has to be weary of the back row, though. There's Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. That's one you don't see too often. Normally, people will play this in something that runs Fusion Gate and Thunder Dragon. I think this was pretty heads up, though, because they're able to use Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. That'll get a light in the graveyard from this Sakuretsu armor here. Main phase 2, yeah, this is what they're going to do. Just look into the graveyard. Dadbot should have been a little bit suspicious when they got the light monster, right? Now has to contest with Blackluster Soldier. We'll just attack over the Cyberstein. I'm wondering if it would have been a better play for Aleph to actually just banish his own monster. Because if you banish your own monster, this means that any top deck is not lethal, right? I guess it depends on how many top decks that they would run. What's going to be 17 more? Like, is there anything that's going to be above 17 or 17 exactly? Blowback Dragon now, tributing over the Spirit Reaper. Doing this before, just in case there was a Torrential. This way that if Torrential does happen, you're at least getting rid of the Dekoichi. Now Blowback Dragon actually just takes care of the back row pretty easily. And if Aleph hits big here, they might be able to win the game this turn. Sacred Crane, not a bad hit. So 16, 32, and 23, that's going to be 50, 55, right? And then another 3,000 from the Blackluster Soldier will be the game. So that is pretty good hit there. King Dragon wouldn't have been the worst there either. But that wouldn't have put the light in the graveyard for a Blackluster Soldier. That was the whole point of getting the Thunder Dragon to begin with. So Alephia picking up game 1 here with his Cyberstein Reasoning Gate deck. So Dadbot has to figure out something to tackle this Reasoning Gate strategy. Thunder Dragon from Dadbot's side going first now here in Game 2. Just 2 back rows from Dad. Upstart Goblin on the left side. And Cyberstein just off the rip here. Gonna summon out King Dragon, favorite of mine. Will stop anything that targets a dragon-type monster. But it's Torrential Tribute. Now just 1 set from a left side. No action though from Dad. Just another set card. Pot of Greed off the top. Just what the doctor ordered. So another set card from Alefia's side, then had to pass it back. Duo now from Dadbot's side, taking out Soul Exchange and Air Knight Parshath. Alefia's gotta find some kind of action here. I mean, it seems like their Reasoning Gate deck, 2 different angles to pick from. The reasoning and monster gating out strong monsters, or getting out the Cyberstein as fast as possible and using Cyberstein. Cyberstein option's gone now, but is able to now, after that duo, pick back up the Air Knight, attack in. This will get some card advantage now. Mirror Force was going to try to be the answer to the Air Knight, but Royal Decree from the side deck of Alefia, most likely the side deck, could main it. I've not been able to take a look at all the lists just yet, so I'm not sure. But Air Knight Parshath, I'm going to be able to poke in for 19 and draw a card for Alefia here. Air Knight is not as popular as it once was, just due to a lot of Air Knight's counters being in the meta right now. However, it's still a very powerful card once it resolves. Getting that extra draw is very, very good. Heavy Storm, though, is going to be the answer from Dad's side. This will take care of both of the back rows, destroying the Air Knight thanks to the Premature Burial. So great pickup here, but both of them are on the same amount of cards. Alethea, because of the extra draw, is now drawing into a new card. So it's going to be at 6 here. Banishing a light and a dark. Let's see who it is. It is the Blackluster Soldier from game 1. Going to take care of this set monster. It was the Sinister Serpent. Not sure if I would have even set that card if I was Dad. Sinister Serpent has a lot more value in your hand than on the field. Delinquent Duo now. Going to drop Alethea down to 1,200. Taking out both the Thunder Dragons that they knew were there from earlier in the game. Sinister Serpent is a good pickup from the Blackluster Soldier, but I don't think it ever should have hit the board. You already had your goats up. You didn't need to set another thing. I guess you could be afraid of Tribe, but I don't see that coming down from Alethea's side in this position. Blowback Dragon over the Blackluster Soldier. Now we're going to see if Blowback can take out this back row. You don't get to call it, you have to just get heads. So King Dragon only protects from targeted effects. Torrential Tribute does not target, so it would be destroyed if you summon King Dragon out from Cyberstein's effect. As Torrential Tribute is not a card that targets. So missing on the flips for Blowback Dragon, but is going to be able to eat a Goat token with Blowback Dragon attack. Main phase 2 going to run out a Chaos Sorcerer and banish another Goat token. So clearing 2 tokens this turn and a Sinister Serpent, pretty strong for Alethea's side. Has to put a lot on the board though. A Snatch Steal would be really devastating, but Dadbot doesn't have anything to respond with to the board with, just has to set some defense. It absolutely can still be chained, can still be activated. The last thing to happen was a card was summoned, therefore you can activate Torrential Tribute. The reason it doesn't work with Gravekeeper Spy, you might be thinking, is because of the damage step. If you attack Gravekeeper Spy and it flips up, its effect activates and resolves within the damage step, and you cannot activate Torrential Tribute then. Taking out some Goat tokens here. It looks like they were missed on the Blowback once again. Metamorph finally off the top after Nobleman dealing with the Spirit Reaper. Now, it just made a really bad play. What you should have did was take the Chaos Sorcerer instead that was in defense, and then crash into the Blowback Dragon. This way you can have a answer to the answer. Because now this Snatch Steal happens, and the Thousand Eyes Restrict can just attack in here. Yeah, I understand the play that you would want to do that with the Blowback Dragon and like taking that over the Chaos Sorcerer, because you can always attack over the Chaos Sorcerer in defense, but I think the problem is exactly what's going to happen right here, is that anything that they're able to respond with to the Thousand Eyes Restrict is just very, very strong now, because they're able to take your Thousand Eyes Restrict like they did here with the Snatch Deal. When instead you could have had this Thousand Eyes Restrict still on your side of the board, and it would have been able to take something else to deal with it. Always having that looming threat there. You only have to deal the 1200, and it's not very hard to do with your deck, I don't think. But it makes sense what the play that he did there, because he wanted to... Dad wanted to apply as much pressure as possible on the life point since Alephia is so low. I just think there would have been more value out of stealing the Chaos Sorcerer and crashing. But Book of Moon on the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Gonna put that face down now. Magician of Faith is going to flip up. Going to get back Heavy Storm. Heavy Storm going to activate, take out an MST and Scapegoat. Scapegoat can't be activated because there were not enough zones. Magician of Faith attacks over the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Now a new set monster from Dad's side. Going to call 8 here to Reasoning, but we're just hitting Spirit Reaper. Spirit Reaper, interesting pick here because 3 is not very common. It can float into another monster because you can get it out there. It can sit there for multiple turns, and then you can use it to tribute something like the Blowback Dragon. It also has, the hand rip effect, so you're going to get value out of it that way. You can summon it in defense. So a very, very interesting pick here from Alephia. Another Magician of Faith, though, from Dad's side. I'm going to take the Heavy Storm once again, and we'll activate it as a 1-for-1 this time. Take out the opposing Heavy Storm. Banish a light, banish a dark. Chaos Sorcerer, this will attack in for 700. And end phase, we're going to be able to use Ring of Destruction on the Chaos Sorcerer. Alephia clarifying. Yes, want to use that on the Chaos Sorcerer here. You know, your opponent could target something that is the Chaos Sorcerer. So Dad is going to take this game 2 here. Gonna go into game 3. Alep's going to start. We're going to start off here with Upstart Goblin. Cycle a card. T set from a left side. Graceful Charity after Thunder Dragon's going to discard all the Thunder Dragons there. And now a T set back from Dad Bod. Reasoning, going to be the response. See what Dad calls. Decides to call 5. Might be a good pick here because Left is running a whole wide array of numbers. But going to hit the Sacred Crane. See what Reasoning got away. A Metamorph, Heavy Storm, Scapegoat, Monster Gate, another Reasoning as well. Spirit Reaper is going to flip up. Left's going to look to probably connect with the Reaper here. 2 Thunder Dragons have been discarded, so hand might be not as safe as Dad would like it to be. Depends on this back row. Could be a big Mirror Force. Gonna attack in with a lot of guys here. 2 Cranes and a Spirit Reaper. This will be 19 if everything connects. Most importantly, Left's looking to get a card out of the hand with Reaper. Is going to flip Scapegoat up on the Reaper attack. Now, Left has to decide if they want to kill a goat, and it looks like they will. Those goats could be a liability. As we saw earlier, Left does have access to Air Knight Parshat. Makes sense why Dad would want to call 5 in this scenario then, so that they don't want to Parshaft the resolve since they can't stop the attack. Parshaft would go through regardless and would get the damage and the draw in. But Goat does block Spirit Reaper, which is very strong. Here comes Chaos Sorcerer from Dad's side. Chaos Sorcerer is going to deal with one of these cards here. Target the Reaper. No monsters in a left's graveyard, so want to cut off access to dark, it looks like. Light monsters are already on the board. End phase Royal Decree. Mind Control here taking Spy. No spies in the deck, I would assume, for Alephia. Interesting Spy set, considering that they have a Chaos Sorcerer on the board and Goat tokens as well. I guess if you just attack the Goat tokens, you're able to flip the Spy. Lightning Vortex coming out for Alephia. Big fan of this card. Sacred Crane's now going to poke in for 32 points of damage. And another set card now in the back row. That Spy's got to go back. And there it will go. Flipping up Heavy Storm, Dadbod will do here in the main phase 1. No chains from a left side. Ring of Destruction and MST are destroyed along with the Royal Decree. Pot of Greed now. Ooh. And a Spirit Reaper of Dad's own, followed up with Snatch Steal. This is going to take the Crane, going to crash into one another. Oh, there's another Chaos Monster here. Chaos Sorcerer. See how he does this. Yeah, crash the Cranes. Attack in here for 38. And get rid of the Snatch Steal that was in the left's hand. So, drawing off the top, this has got to be a good one. This is a difficult board to deal with, and it doesn't look like it is. That is going to be a GG here. Dadbod able to take out Aleph. Moving on in winner's side of the bracket. Congratulations to them. Still a lot left. A lot more rounds to go here in the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8. Take a look at who we can join. So we got I Love CC here. And Deluxe. Looks like a Solemn Judgment was just used on a Tsukiyomi. This is winner side of round 2. I Love CC's up in the game at significantly lower life points, but has control of the board with Kaiko and Blade Knight. Graceful off the top for I Love CC here. Discarding a Dead Delinquent Duo. Joining this game in progress already. And a Heavy Storm. There's Jowgen the Spiritualist attacking one of the GOAT tokens. This will be a big Blade Knight and Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. So 38 damage, going to take out over half of Deluxe's life. Drop him down to 24. Kaiko will trigger. See what we have in the graveyard. Just a Tribe Infecting Virus and a Magician of Faith. Drop off from CC side. Discard the Dekoichi that could have been a blocker potentially. Another Dekoichi is coming up though. What did they banish here? Just Sangan and Tsukiyomi? Oh, that makes more sense. So Sangan and Tsukiyomi gets hit. And yeah, Dekoichi just off the top attacking the Jowgen will just actually win Deluxe the game. That is 1,200 points of damage. So this will be going into game 3, it looks like. Couldn't summon a Chaos Sorcerer anyway, because of the... That's the Jowgen, but also because of the Kaiko on the board. Let's take a look. I was able to actually just get the deck list now, so I could take a look to see what is going on in the tournament. Interesting deck list today. A lot of standard stuff, but then some very non-standard stuff. A lot of interesting tech choices people are trying out. All right, getting back into the game here. Delinquent Duo from CC's side. It's going to hit Delinquent Duo of Deluxe's own and Lightning Vortex. Cliff the Trap Remover now, coming down from CC's side. Really like this card. I think it does a lot in niche spots for Warriors. Solemn Judgment now on the Pot of Greed. Going to trade 1-for-1 with it. This way, Deluxe doesn't get a card, but has to pay 35 in order to do that. Dust Tornado will take out one of the back rows here. Going to roll for the 50-50. And Cliff the Trap Remover may be able to destroy the other one if it's something something that's not chainable. Either way, if Cliff swings in here by itself, may have to use something like a Sakuretsu Armor just to get some value out of it, and Cliff would have done his job either way. There's King Tiger now. Very strong versus Scapegoat. If that's a Scapegoat face down, can't really activate it, and we'll just lose it to the Trap Remover. Looks like Cliff is hitting. And it was the scapegoat after all. So King Tiger invalidating the scapegoat. Will attack in here for 17 to 12, 29. And passing it back, Deluxe will draw, but doesn't find any action. Back to CC now. CC's got commanding lead here of the board. Is down in life, but doesn't really matter too much when your opponent can't do anything. Followed up with a Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. 29, additional 18. 47. Drop Deluxe down to just 400. Don't believe there's any monsters in the graveyard anyway for Deluxe. Solemn Judgment on the Pot of Greed was super strong. Followed up by the King Tiger. Also a strong pick. Looks like CC may have this one wrapped up. I mean, and not much you can really do here. After the first draw wasn't really anything. It doesn't seem like there was a lot of action on Deluxe's side. So congrats to CC moving along here on the winner's side of the bracket. And we're going to hop right on into John LeBounty versus SDL Killa. Looks like LeBounty was able to score round number 1 here, or game number 1. Jeez, let me pick the right word. SDL going to start with Gearfried the Iron Knight. And setting 2 cards, it looks like. Trap does shoot now. Take a look at the hand. Double Knight Assailant, Gravekeeper Spy, Breaker the Magical Warrior, Solemn Judgment, and Blackluster Soldier. Very interesting hand here. You could take the Gravekeeper Spy. I guess it depends on what you have face down and what you want to pick. BLS is always going to be a threat. You have to keep them off of a light monster, so if you keep that in the hand, depends on. This really depends on your hand. I don't think either pick is the Knight Assailants, but yeah, Gravekeeper Spy makes sense. If they have something to deal with the Breaker, they can just use whatever card they have. The Breaker can try to run over the Gearfried, because it's going to gain 300 from the counter. It's very dicey to do that, though, because of the back row that SDL has. Breaker can try to pop the back row, but then it's not going to be able to deal with the Gearfried. He can always just set a Knight Assailant. Looks like that might be happening, just setting Knight Assailant here. Gonna use a Blast with Chain on the Gearfried. This will get rid of a Knight Assailant, and now a new set card from SCL's side. Imagine if they did actually set the Breaker instead. Breaker of SDL's own. Ooh, attacking in with the Gearfried, but is going to be met with the drawn Gravekeeper Spy. I mean, if you run a bunch of them, even if you put it back with Trap Does Shoot, it is likely to draw it again. Maybe not likely, but not impossible. Now here's Breaker on LeBounty's side. Going to be met with a Ring of Destruction. Both players will take 1,600 points of damage. A Tribute Summon now from Mobius the Frost Monarch on SDL's side, but nothing to break in the back row. Just going to use it to walk over a Gravekeeper Spy, since the Spy's defense is so large. Upstart Goblin for LeBounty. Very tricky. SDL's got to have an answer to the BLS in the hand. Two cards that we're unsure about from LeBounty's side. Just another set card. Probably the Knight Assailant. It was the Magician of Faith instead. So the LeBounty's going to be able to pick up this Upstart Goblin. Becoming very popular to play in a lot of decks. Both the combination of Magician of Faith and Upstart Goblin. Upstart Goblin is, you know, a very good card. Lets you cycle itself for the top card of your deck. Incidentally, it's a spell, so Magician of Faith is able to pick it back up, so light spell hands get powered up just by having Magician of Faith in there. And if one of your light spells is Upstart Goblin, you know, a spell that's not very impactful, you're very fine with just turning that Magician of Faith live, getting the Upstart Goblin back, and drawing another card, digging deeper into your deck. That puts the light in the graveyard for LeBounty. Now they can summon their Blackluster Soldier freely. Doesn't look like SDL Killa has a response to the summon, so will be retaining player priority to activate the ignition effect of Blackluster Soldier to banish a monster on the board. We'll target the Mobius, the Frost Monarch. And Mobius is going to be banished from the duel. End phase, we're going to see a Blast with Chain targeting the Gearfried, the Iron Knight. This will trigger Gearfried's effect. Destroy the Blast with Chain. Blast with Chain triggers. Destroys the Blackluster Soldier. Now, second Gearfried is flipped up. It's going to attack, presumably, the Knight Assailant. It was another Magician of Faith, so this will get back Upstart Goblin. This will be the third activation of Upstart Goblin for LeBounty, increasing his opponent's life points up to 92 next turn. 1,800 points of damage swinging in from Gearfried, the Iron Knight. Gearfried just has really good stats. A effect that you would think is a downside can't be equipped, but turns into an upside when you think about it. Something like Snatch Steal can't deal with it. And you get this incredible combo with Blast with Chain, being able to use your Blast with Chain as essentially a Regeki break, destroy anything on the field. Also can be a damage step trick with a non-Gearfried monster. And if SDL is on it, they could run the very recently banned from TCG Advanced format, Goblin Smoke Grenade. Take a peek at LeBounty's hand, again, if they have it. Phoenix Wing Wind Blast in main phase 1 will spin a back row, locking SDL out of a draw. Knight Assailant will trigger now after being discarded for cost. Going to get back a Magician of Faith to be able to set again, get back the Upstart Goblin. Chaos Sorcerer coming down. Didn't have an answer for the first Chaos Monster. May not have an answer for the second one. At least for the summon. And setting a monster, setting a back row. SDL going to draw that card that was spun back with Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. Gearfried just going to attack the Magician of Faith. Cycles the Upstart Goblin yet again, but Exiled Force was in the hand for SDL. The boys will take out Chaos Sorcerer. Thunder Dragon off the top from LeBounty. Going to be able to cycle through Thunder Dragons here, which will make Upstart even better. Getting Thunder Dragons out of the deck. Aiming to draw something powerful. Like another Chaos Monster. This second Chaos Sorcerer. $10,200 life points. I think this is like 4 resolutions of Upstart Goblin. Gearfried going to attack in here after all said and done. From the Bounty side, just kind of dirtled around and had to set a monster. Sagan, though, is the monster that is going to die. Bounty picked up the deck, saw Graceful Pot Heavy as the top 3 cards, it sounds like. So Sangan is the detriment here, and the DB Shuffler will shuffle away those cards on the top that LeBounty needs to get back into the game. I mean, SDL has a lot of life, did a lot of damage to LeBounty, but LeBounty is stabilizing here. So, second Magician, or I think that was the third Magician of Faith. Third Magician of Faith now from LeBounty's side to go along with Thunder Dragons chilling in the hand. 2 back row to contest with from SDL. No fear, just attack in. This will grab Upstart Goblin. This will be the 5th Upstart Goblin activation. LeBounty's finally able to deal with the Gearfried by summoning Tribe Infecting Virus, discarding card in hand, Thunder Dragon. Ooh, no, Sinister Serpent. My mistake. To get rid of all the warriors on the board. But swings in and eats a Sakuretsu armor for the troubles. $17 cards left in the deck for LeBounty, 26 for SDL. A lot of resolutions of Upstart Goblin now. Here's a almost free Delinquent Duo, since they've been given so much life. Getting rid of Sinister Serpent from the hand, Thunder Dragon as well. So not really the best duo, but got some information that Sinister Serpent was there. No Mana Crossout now. I'm going to get rid of Dekoichis from both players' decks. No Dekoichi from SCL side, actually, so pass it on back. LeBounty is running out of threats, it looks like. Chaos Sorcerer and BLS are removed from the game. LeBounty could have a additional Chaos Sorcerer to play with. Able to summon a Thunder Dragon. But just going to be met with Sakuretsu Armor. Pot of Greed now. From SCL's side. 7 more cards in the deck for SDL. MST gonna hit one of these back rows, try to snipe something good. Mirror Force is something good. Wow. 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 Incredible flip here. Royal Oppression from SDL side in the standby phase. So the way, for those unfamiliar, in this format, Royal Oppression needs to already be face up on the board before you can activate it. You can't chain it to the summon of a monster or an effect that would special summon a monster. So in the standby phase, after priority is passed, we're going to flip up Royal Oppression. This will lock out any kind of chaos monsters that are going to come down from the bounty side to try to stabilize the game and do a whole lot of damage to SDL. Heavy Storm, though, from the bounty is just met with Solemn Judgment. The bounty is on a Sinister Serpent in the hand. Not quite sure what ruling LeBounty needs to check out here. Royal Oppression says, either player can pay 800 life points to negate the special summon of a monster or monsters, and or an effect that special summons monsters and destroy those cards. So, yes, any kind of inherent special summon, something like a Chaos Sorcerer, for example, you'd be able to negate the summon of it, like you'd be Solemn Judgmenting the actual summon of the monster. Or if you use an effect like Call of the Haunted or Premature Burial, you can use Royal Oppression chain to that effect and destroy that card. Negate and destroy that card, of course. There is a Yeah, something like a Grapefruit Spy, I believe, does not get stopped in the damage step if you attack it, but if you flip it up regularly, you can negate it. Upstart Goblin. Another 1,000 life points for SDL. I mean, I think his plan is to just deck LeBounty out. If they can close the game out, I mean, they take that shot, but I don't believe that there would be a way for SDL to lose unless they just play very, very sloppily. Graceful Charity, going to try to come out from SDL's side, but LeBounty is going to meet it with his own Solemn Judgment, dropping down to 1,400 life. There's Kaiko. See if there's any response to the Kaiko here. Going to be Torrential Tribute as the response. Just destroy both monsters on the board. It's the Sinister Serpent on the bounty side. And just to pass back, no add of the Serpent. Play around Trap Dust Shoot. To be fair, I don't think Trap Dust Shoot would be a great flip-up in this spot, mainly because you are putting a card back into the deck. And LeBounty might be realizing that as well. Maybe I just should have let Dust Shoot resolve instead of trying to play around it. Just to give them additional turns to do something. Either way, it's kind of a double-edged sword because then your opponent gets to look at the hand, pick the best card, and put it back in the deck. And if they have something good on the swing back, they can just kill you. There's MST on... So, okay, he did this incorrectly, I think. What he should have just did is try to summon the monster, and when SDL chains Royal Oppression, you can MST it then, and that will destroy Royal Oppression, and they just take 800 for no reason. It'll just, the effect won't resolve because Royal Oppression is no longer face up on the board, because it's a continuous trap. That's how continuous traps work. So, yeah, a little bit of a misplay there. Could have got a free 800 points of damage. Kind of minimal, but might add up. And there's a Solemn Judgment for the Torrential Tribute now that the Chaos Sorcerer has stuck to the board. 700 life left for LeBounty. SDL now on defense. MST is what the Doctor wanted here. Nomen to cross out for the DD Warrior Lady. Could have tried to swing the DD Warrior Lady in. Might not have been wise due to the 2 back row. Depends on what you got in your own back row. But took that 2300 on the chin last turn. Not going to take it again. Is going to use Mirror Force. Now, what does LeBounty want to do main phase number 2? Probably needs to set the Sinister, or set something at the very least. Any monster off the top could present lethal. Bounty says big think. So just set the Sinister and pass back. SDL, set a card, pass back. Now we got flip Sinister, summon Tsukiyomi, set the Sinister, attack in, but Sakura to armor takes out the Tsukiyomi. 5 cards left in the deck for LeBounty. Now another Royal Oppression from SDL's side. What's really funny about this is that LeBounty is at 700 life, so can't actually activate Royal Oppression. So we'll let SDL special summon anything. If SDL has something to special summon. Morphing Jar is going to be the normal summon here from the Bouncy because there's 5 cards left in the deck. Can't afford to set that one. Very tricky, though. If you use a Book of Moon on this Morphing Jar and it gets flipped up, I mean, that's just game over. So playing the beatdown strategy, 1,000 points of damage swinging in here. Reinforcements of the army now on SDL's side. Has to fight through 3 back row. There's only a monster in his deck that dealt some damage through, like, burn. If he gets Amazoness Archers and another card on the board, he could just win. Battle phase. You surely just attack the... I would have just attacked the jar. Looks like we're moving on to Game 3. Took a while for SDL to get there, but was able to finally close this game out after LeBounty used... Pretty sure he used Upstart Goblin like 6 or 7 times in that duel. So, Bounty going to start off Game 3 here with Upstart Goblin. Into a Delinquent Duo, discarding Royal Oppression and Sakuretsu Armor. SCL going to follow up with Mystic Swordsman level 2. Clear out the Magician of Faith. Nobleman of Extermination, though, coming out from LeBounty's side. That was a Nobleman that they wanted to see last game. Looks like that they had trouble with siding on Dueling Book. And we're going to banish all the Solemn Judgments from both players' decks now. Berserk Gorilla. Followed up by Breaker the Magical Warrior. Attacking him for 38. Kaiku, though, is the response here, taking Berserk Gorilla with Snatch Steal. Berserk Gorilla has to attack here, but first we're going to attack with Kaiko. See if this resolves. Bounty's thinking here. What do they want to do? Gonna let it go through. So banish the Magician of Faith. Now the Berserker Gorilla attacks in. Will the Bounty take 2,000 points of damage? Looks like they will. They'll gain 1,000 of that back, though, thanks to Snatch Steal. Graceful Charity now from the Bounty side. MST would be pretty good here. Can't draw into Breaker. Discarding Blackluster Soldier and Chaos Sorcerer probably means that there's a Chaos Sorcerer in the hand still. Snatch Steal back. Yeah, take the Kaiko and then summon your Chaos Sorcerer. Oh, or you just use the MST already that you had face down. Getting rid of the Snatch Steal. I think this was a pretty smart play from the Bounty, holding this MST for as long as possible, just to see if SDL would set another card, right? Because if they set another card, you can MST that one. You don't need to just MST blindly, or MST just right on the Snatch Steal as you're triggering it, because you're going to get back all that life that you're potentially going to be losing from Gorilla anyway. So I think that was pretty smart of Le Bounty there to just hold the MST for as long as possible. So congrats to Le Bounty for moving on here in winner's side. And we will hop into another game in just a moment. However, before we do that, wanted to remind everyone watching today about the upcoming events that we have here on GoatFormat.com. So if you are looking to earn an invite for the Goat Format World Championships that will be held October 23rd and 24th, there's a couple different ways that you can still earn your invite here. Format Library Championship number 21. It's going to be next week, Saturday, October 9th, 12 p.m. Eastern. It's a free entry. Top 2 players will earn an invite to the World Championships. So head on over to formatlibrary.com. Check out their information there. The Patreon playoffs. Still want to qualify for the Patreon playoffs by playing in our Goat Format Friday tournaments. Also, on October 9th, it'll be a double elimination 16-person tournament. An added benefit from joining our Patreon. Not just these Patreon World Championship qualifier events that you get to play in, but you can also play in our Goat Format Friday events that winning those will earn you a spot in the Patreon playoffs here. The last one will be held next Friday on October 8th. And then starting on the 9th will be a play-at-your-own place double elimination tournament bracket that will end on the 21st. And the winner of that will earn an invite as well. Then we also have on the 17th, Sunday the 17th at 11 a.m. Eastern, single elimination last chance qualifier for the World Championships at Goat Format here. This will be an entry fee of a $20 donation to the prize pool of the World Championships. That will go to the top performing duelist of the World Championships later this year. And the winner, again, will earn an invite. You can always just click, if you don't even want to participate to the last chance qualifier, you can always click on the donate. But donating here for the last chance qualifier will let you play in the tournament and earn your spot for the World Championships of Goat Format again on October 23rd and 24th. Over thousands of dollars in cash prizes. Top players will earn a custom game mat, 2-player play mat with an original design for GOAT format. Winner will earn that beautiful, beautiful championship belt that you've been seeing all day on the bottom left of your screen. And just for participating, every player is actually going to get a custom die. World Championships 2021 die. As well as cash prizes for the top 8 players. Get over thousands of dollars this year for the prize pool. And, you know, top 2 get invited for next year's World Championships as well. So, not a lot of spots left. There are 2 on the line here. First and second will earn an invite. If they already have an invite, they will earn top seeding points here. Top seeding points go to duelists who already have an invite, just for a higher level seed. Let's join Slash Tap here, Johnny Lee. It's like Ronin 27 is his opponent. Ronin looks like they're on a water deck. Johnny on a Chaos Control variant. Looks like it's Water Reasoning Gate, stuff like Aqua Spirit Fenrir that gets looked over by Monster Gate and Reasoning. Just go to the graveyard, can fill that graveyard up with water monsters that you can summon off the Dimension Fusions after by banishing stuff from Fenrir and Aqua Spirit. As well as Legendary Ocean and looks like the Levia Dragon Deadliest combo. Can send Umi, which Legendary Ocean is acting as Umi, to destroy all their cards on the field. Am I a goat farmer? I thought it was like goat herder, sheep herder. I don't think you're a farmer. You're a herder in that case. Definitely a herder. Slash Tap gonna normal summon Thunder Dragon over the Thousand Eyes Restrict, unlock his Spirit Reaper. Attack over Sinister Serpent. Spirit Reaper will swing in. So, Johnny decided not to win the game. But that's okay. You don't have to. Yeah, if Johnny just would have attacked with the Spirit Reaper into the Sinister Serpent, because Sinister only has 250, Spirit Reaper has 300, Thunder Dragon could have just attacked for game. But, again, you don't have to win the game. That's what's cool. Abyss Soldier is going to summon the, or discard the Sinister Serpent, bounce back the back row, one of the back rows, and then summoning Aqua Spirit for good measure, but missed on the Sinister Serpent. Discard on the Abyss Soldier effect, hits Mirror Force now, and that's just going to be game. So missing lethal was almost deadly, came down to a 50-50. Ronin could have just bounced that Mirror Force and potentially won the game. But Johnny's going to take game number 1 here. Just caught the end of game number 1. All right, so Ronan is going to go first now. Game 2. Spirit Reaper, I'm going to try to attack in here, but it's met with scapegoats from Ronan's side. Metamorphosis now. Turn a goat into a Thousand Eyes, but that Reaper should be on the Thousand Eyes. Johnny's going to fix that for them. It's no longer considered a monster card when it goes into the zone there. Well, it is a monster card, but its effect just doesn't happen. You can't do anything with the effect. It doesn't trigger. Yeah, so the way this works is, if you're not familiar, if something is equipped to another monster, like say like a monster effect is activated that equips another monster, that monster that is equipped just doesn't have effects anymore. Like any continuous effects or anything that would trigger, the only time where it does have an effect is if the monster says, if this card is equipped to something, it does something. So stuff like a Union monster, right, would have an effect when it's equipped, because that's the whole gimmick, is that that's just what they do. But for things like Spirit Reaper, you just use Thousand Eyes effect, it resolves, and then Spirit Reaper just gets equipped, and because it's just no longer considered a monster, it's well, it is considered a monster technically. It's just in the Spell and Trap zone as an equipped card. Sangan is different because Sangan triggers in the graveyard, so it doesn't matter where that ends up. It's just as long as it went from the field to the graveyard. Like a continuous effect like Jowgen, for example. Like if, say, like Johnny had Jowgen face up and somehow Thousand Eyes Restrict was on the board, the players would now be able to special summon because Jowgen's not in the monster zone. It's a continuous monster effect is not applying on the field. Even though it is still face up on the field, it just doesn't have effects. So draw pass from Johnny now. And then Ronan just pokes in with Thousand Eyes Restrict. If Thousand Eyes Restrict takes a Blade Knight, no, it would go to 16. You just look at the stats on the card. Delinquent Duo took out a Dimension Fusion and a Legendary Ocean, attacking it for 300. I've been informed, though, by the Legend TK that if you take a embodiment, you know, that continuous trap that turns itself into a monster with Thousand Eyes Restrict, it's 1600. So just some pokes in here for Ronan. Looks like Johnny is just fine with letting them draw some cards and just drawing cards of his own. Doesn't want to out the Thousand Eyes Restrict just yet. Maybe is looking for a combination of cards so they can just play in one turn to safely deal with it and present enough pressure to OTK that turn or something. Both playing very conservatively. Don't want to overextend what they have on the board already. No added cards from Ronan's side after Mirror Force finally comes out from Johnny, taking out Thousand Eyes Restrict. But we will see Scapegoats now from Johnny's side. Heavy Storm is the follow-up, getting rid of Delinquent Duo set and Torrential Tribute. Interesting set there of the Delinquent Duo. Don't see anything in indication of what could have been in Johnny's hand that they wouldn't want to use Duo for. But set and dealt with anyway. Assure Priest is going to come down from Johnny's side to take out the Goats. And Ronan's deck has kind of issues dealing with Goats. The water monsters aren't very strong with dealing with tons of guys on the board, but if they are able to stick a Deadliest, that is able to just wipe the entire board, so Trap Dust Shoot is going to take a peek at Ronan's hand. Find out what's up. Gonna send back Aqua Spirit. So Thunder Dragon was the draw from Slash Tap, able to add 2 more to the hand. Now Assure Priest coming back down, going to poke in for 17. And Assure is going to bounce back to the hand. Ronan is... got an Aqua Spirit sent back. Gotta wonder what else is in their hand. Here's a Reasoning. Abyss Soldier now. This will attack a Goat token. Goats just give Johnny a lot of turns here to work with. Like I was saying, not sure what Ronan has to deal with multiple Goat tokens or make Goats a liability for Johnny's side. There's Goats of Ronan's own. Breaker was looking to clear the way there. Breaker could have come out and attacked over the Abyss Soldier, but looks like Breaker was just going to be used to clear the way for Thousand Eyes Restrict, take a 50-50 there, but hit Scapegoat. And missed the 50-50, it looks like. Going to walk into a Mirror Force. This will take out both the Breaker and the Thousand Eyes Restrict. Pretty decent Mirror Force here for Ronan. Still has to contest the Assura Priest that's hanging out in Slash Tap's hand. So, actually pretty good pickup here for Slash Tap, because they were able to deal with the back row and the Abyss Soldier all for 2 cards. It's got a plus out of that. Goats are not really a factor unless we see Monster Gate come out from Ronan's side. That would be pretty strong. Gonna banish 1. That's Aqua Spirit. Fenrir would have been really nice if this Fenrir connected. Those of you who are uninitiated, Fenrir, when it destroys a monster by battle, your opponent skips their draw phase. So you can attack one of the Goat tokens. Notably, it works very well with taking care of tokens, Fenrir, because you can just attack those tokens and then the opponent can't draw. Way back after Goat format, but still way back in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh! I played a water deck that used Black Garden to put tokens on my opponent's side of the board, and then used Fenrir to lock them out of the game. You would like stick a Treeborn Frog or something like that. So every turn they'd get a Black Garden token from the Frog. I think that's how that works. I don't know if actually that counts. I might be misremembering my own deck that I played. Oh, you can't even... No, you can't bring back Treeborn Frog. Never mind. I'm a liar. I don't know what you did then. How did you summon a monster every turn? Either way, Sherpriest is able to clean up the board quite nicely, but Trap Infecting Virus now coming down from... Yeah, Trap Infecting Virus coming down from Ronin's side, going to attack into Magician of Faith. Magician of Faith getting back. I think I missed the card that he got back there, but probably a good one. Probably a good spell. Would have been Duo, I think. You're going to activate a Legendary Ocean. Probably could have just done that first, but... TK reminded me of my own deck, and is right on that one. There was the Fenrir. Imagine if that could stick. Yeah, it was the Spirit Monster that is a water. There's just a random Spirit Monster in a later set that's a water monster. So you just normal summon that with your Fenrir already up and Blackguard and give them a token every turn. Forget what it does. If like if the Spirit Monster's effect is even relevant. You just play it because it works with water. No, I think it was Izanami or something like that. So Kaiko on the board, attacking in. Along with the Assure Priests, 35. No goats from Ronin's side. A lot more cards in Slash Tap's hand. Compared to Ronin, only down 2. 2 cards face down. Okay. Yeah, a little confusing there. Just kind of did the cards out of order, but Dimension Fusion, activation, chain MST to Dimension Fusion. Gonna hit Torrential Tribute, so a good hit there. Abyss Soldier going to activate, bounce back the Kaiko. That puts a attacker off the board. This will let Aqua Spirit come down. Aqua Spirit's kind of an interesting one. If they have something that's in attack mode, you can change it to defense, and then just it sticks in defense for the rest of the turn. So if they're unable to get rid of it, could be potentially an out, but there's a Blackluster Soldier in the hand of Slash Tap. Kind of had to figure you had something. And Slash Tap's going to take this one 2-0. Knock Ronin down into the loser side of the bracket. Let's take a look now and see who's still playing here in round 3. Let's actually take a dip back into loser side. This is going to be losers now, round 3. Let's take a look here now. This is actually going to be losers side round 3. So both these players have 1 loss in the tournament. Another loss will result in them being eliminated. We got Duck Duck Goose here. I believe he was the finalist of the last GOAT Format Championships. Did not win, but I may be wrong on that one. Let me double check. I should stop saying things and being wrong on them, you know? Actually, top 4. So I was almost right. Taking on DGZ forever, though. Nobleman of Extermination on DGG on Forever side, taking out Ring of Destruction. Both players remove Ring of Destruction from their respective decks. Good start for Duck Duck. Looks like it was Thunder Dragons into Graceful Charity. Always love to see that. Now DGZ and Duo on top of that. DGZ has, after the Extermination, Pot of Greed into Graceful Charity. I like to do the Extermination play first because you get to shuffle your deck. Even if you don't banish anything, you can still shuffle. And discarding a Zing Zang and Banisher of the Light. Night Assailant will take out Kaiko. So this will set up Light and Dark for forever. 2 back row, one of them going to be Trap Dust Shoot. Can't play around this. Fortunately, there's no double MST in this format, so even if they do MST, it would be down to 4 cards anyway. And take a look at the opponent's hand. It's going to be Pot of Greed, Phoenix Wing Wing Blast, Tribe, Sorcerer, and Blackluster Soldier. So, pretty solid hand from Duck Duck's side. They have Chaos set up. So, yeah, putting back BLS is probably the best bet. Problem is, Pot of Greed was likely drawn off the top for this turn. And just going to be able to refuel the hand here. Just add a card back that they lost from the Dust Shoot. And then an additional card. So, awkward spot for forever. Tribe swung in. Kaiko now from DGZ's side met with a Mirror Force. And Tribe's just going to keep poking in here for as long as possible on Duck's side. Doesn't need to add anything else to the board. As far as threats, they could just set a monster if they need to, but the Tribe Infecting Virus will... is a clock on its own. A monster with stats. Smashing Ground, though, just punch that man in the face. Not really a virus that you could punch. I mean, I don't really know how that works. You're just kind of like punching air. Or are you punching the lizards with the virus? Regardless, we're going to see a set monster from Forever's side after he unscientifically gets rid of the virus. Discarding a Metamorph, going to spin the face-down monster to the top of the deck. Breaker the Magical Warrior, incredible draw from Duck's side. This will let Breaker deal with the set Sakuretsu armor, and now a free range to summon Chaos Sorcerer. And DGZ Forever is just going to scoop it up, and we're moving on to game number 3 here. Between Duck, Goose, and DGZ Forever. Loser's side round 3, do or die situation for both players. And want to give a special shout out to everyone in chat today and all the new followers and subscribers that we have just gained today. Especially special shout out to earlier. Was unfortunately able to not give them a shout out, but Joker's Oblivion in Twitch chat gifting a sub. Thank you so much. Yeah, that happened a little bit earlier today, but unfortunately we were having some tech issues while that sub was given out, but didn't want to make sure you didn't go unnoticed. Again, you can always feel free to donate to GoatPharma.com. You can also just join our Patreon as well. You can play in exclusive tournaments that, like this Patreon World Championship Qualifier or Goat Format Friday tournaments, as well as check out some exclusive content made by none other than Dale Bolito himself about how to improve not just at GOAT format, mainly at GOAT format, but just in Yu-Gi-Oh! In general as well. A lot of those tips can carry over just the game at large. And also check out, goes without saying, but I will say it, go check out GOATformat.com, of course, for all your GOAT format needs. Recently updated deck pages. Hard work by Spooky and his team to get those up and running. Fantastic. Gives you a breakdown of so many different decks that you can take a look at. Meanwhile, we got DGZ Forever starting off with King Tiger and Trap Dust Shoot. Dust Shoot's going to look at Upstart, Phoenix Wing Blast, Mirror Force, BLS, and Heavy Storm. Upstart looks like was used and drew into Thunder Dragon, so adding 2 Thunder Dragons to the hand. Not a whole ton of action here. But very good trap cards in the hand on Duck's side of the Mirror Force and the Phoenix Wind Blast. But then he met with Zing Zang, though. Set those two. So if Heavy Storm was one of those set cards, not going to be able to activate it But if it's both the traps, then if you Heavy Storm, you're just getting rid of your traps anyway. Zigzag's pretty good. Adding Kaiko to the board. Gonna attack in for 17 and 18. Drop Duck Duck down to 45. That Zigzag is doing so much here. Ooh, but a Snatch Steal off the top. This will take care of the threats on board. You can attack with the Kaiko, and then just set a Thunder Dragon, or just normal summon the Thunder Dragon over top of it if you want to. You could also elect to keep the Kaiko on the board. Then you're just giving your opponent 1,000 life. If they have their own Heavy Storm, they can just freely activate it. You can't really respond. And Duck Duck's just going to elect to not tribute over for Kaiko. In the draw phase, we're going to see Phoenix Wing Wind Blast on the Zigzag. So lock DGZ out of a draw for the turn. This will turn on the... So now we know that what is face down for Duck Duck. It's the Mirror Force and the Heavy Storm. That's sort of played around the Zigzag being face down. But I assume that they did that play to try to, bait another monster to come down. Just use the Mirror Force on that. Or even just use the Mirror Force to trade 1-for-1 with the Wangu. And then you can just flip the Heavy Storm after they set another back row. Because it looks like this is Warrior, right? So they're probably going to set another back row, even if they know you have Heavy Storm in the hand. So new card being set from Duck Duck's side. Zigzag's going to be set right away from DGZ's side. You already know that Zigzag because Phoenix Wing Wind Blast spun it back. Kaiko attacked in there, but no banishes. Even something minuscule like banishing the King Tiger so it can't be called a Haunted back for like a lethal push could come up. I guess you could play around Divine Wrath. If that's what you want to be doing. Kaiko going to attack again. Doesn't look like they're going to trigger. They didn't trigger the first time. Main phase 2. Metamorph on the Kaiko. This will turn into Darkfire Dragon. Most likely Darkfire Dragon. It's the one with the best stats. I guess they could turn into like the Warrior, the Earth Warrior, but that's kind of not on brand for Chaos and what they want to do. The Warrior being Earth and all. Darkfire Dragon in defense mode. 1250 defense, nothing to laugh at. This puts a Dark online as well for Duck Duck. And now I'm going to opt to use Heavy Storm main phase 2. Ring of Destruction will come out, targeting the Darkfire Dragon. So put the Dark in the graveyard. Can't tribute it for a Thunder Dragon now. Get rid of a Nobleman to cross out, and the Zigzag that we already knew was there. This will get rid of Torrential and Mirror Force from Duck Duck's side, leaving them with just 2 cards, but one of them's BLS. It's a good one to have. Looks like that they may just run it out here, main phase 2, and try to sit on the BLS. But DGZ Forever is going to be drawing into a 3rd card. Could potentially have still have an out to this card, BLS. Yeah, needs to take 15 from the ring, so a Snatch Steal would be lethal. Doesn't look like DGZ has Snatch Steal. Instead, we're just going to see a set card. And a set monster. Interesting that they would set a monster in this position, but may not want to take 3,000 points of damage. Is just Blade Knight. No battle phase from Duck Duck's side. Just going to end the turn with a set card. Set new card. Zing Zang of Duck Duck's own. Going to be met with Solemn Judgment. Drop them down to 29. So both in lethal range of this Blockbuster Soldier on both sides. Very tempting to switch it to attack mode, but here's Pot of Greed. Duck Duck looking for something just to clear this one back row in order to seal the game. Yeah, if that is a Solemn Judgment, you can't really do it. Because then that's just putting that Blockbuster Soldier to attack mode and swinging in. And that's what Duck Duck's going to try to do here. Yeah, kind of had to know it was something real if you're going to use Solemn Judgment on the Zing Zang. Because he wouldn't have paid the 29 if that card wasn't going to be able to deal with the Blockbuster Soldier, right? Set card now from Duck Duck's end. Here's a Pot of Greed from Forever to match the Pot of Greed that was drawn from Duck Duck. Duo will take out the remaining two cards in hand. It's a Morphing Jar and the Thunder Dragon that we knew was there. There's Mataza the Zappa. This can swing in for 13, but attack in for 13 here. And Duck Duck made a huge mistake. Mataza the Zapper says that the control of this card cannot switch. Got back Magician of Faith, got back the Snatch Steal. So can't even target it with Snatch Steal. Could have got back something like Pot of Greed to try to potentially draw them out of the situation that they're in. But just didn't read the card fully. Now there's Kaiko on the board. Yeah, misplay costs him the game. I mean, that's what happens if you just don't read all the cards, right? Yeah, could have drew into that Spirit Reaper potentially with the Upstart Goblin. Alright, because he would have got Spirit Reaper, Pot of Greed, and then Breaker. Yeah, that would have been a completely different game if they just read Mataza the Zapper. That's how it goes sometimes. So congratulations to DGZ Forever moving on the loser side of the bracket. Take a look at the bracket now. We're going to hold off on winner's side and just try to find people that we haven't seen yet today. Get back to winner's side once we're at winner's finals, which should be soon. Take a look at Mr. Big Noodle versus Ayase here. And this is going to be game 2. Still losers round 3. Big Noodle's going to start off after losing the game 1. Oh, my chat has been updating. Sorry, guys. To answer your question, Tribe-Infecting Virus is the card. It's like, if you look in the background of the art, there's like a vortex. That's what the Tribe-Infecting Virus is. It's just like a vortex thing. And for the Snatch Steal interaction, I don't know if you can equip it in the first place, because it can't switch, so you can't do the effect of it. So it's just like not a legal target, I don't think. I could be wrong, though. Graceful Charity from Big Noodle. Discarding Mind Control and Assure a Priest. Noman a cross out on Ayase's side, getting rid of the Blade Knight that was set from the Tsukiyomi. Yeah, TK says that you cannot target the card. You can't do an action to a card if it's not a legal target, I believe. Like, you can't Call of the Haunted something that says this card cannot be special summoned, right? So, if a card says this card cannot change control, you can't do an effect to it that would change control. Something like Creature Swap, you can't activate if both players only control one monsters, and one of them is like Mataza or Blindly Loyal Goblin. But if they have two monsters, then you can activate it. They just have to give you the monster that can be switched, because that card doesn't target. But something like Thousand Eyes can't target it. So, Book of Moon's back and forth from both players. One on the Breaker, and then one on the Tribe to protect the Breaker from being destroyed by battle. Sure, Priest's going to come down. We're going to swing in with our monsters here. Ayase thinking on the attack. Or was it Noodle who's thinking on the attack. So Mirror Force is going to try to take out both of Noodle's monsters, but was met with a Solemn Judgment. Attacking in for 16 here. Noodle couldn't decide which one to attack with first. He should probably just attack with the Breaker first just to deal more damage. Doesn't matter that much. You're only losing 100, but... when you are certain you're going to be able to clear the monster no matter what, you should probably just attack with the one that can clear it, that has the lower attack points. Pot of Greed off the top for ISA. With that Spirit Monster in the hand, Noodle is going to be able to be up on the draw. And just a set back row now for ISA. This is wrong. Necro Valley from Noodle's side. Shutting off the graveyard for both players. Here comes Delinquent Duo. That'll take out Metamorphosis and a dead BLS, but that's a good BLS to be in the hand. Bottomless Trap Hole gets around the Necro Valley. 1600, though, is going to hit ISA's face. 2 cards in the hand for Noodle versus ISA off the top of the deck. Thanks to the Delinquent Duo taking care of the 2 cards now. The Exiled Force coming out for Noodle, taking out Night Assailant. Would have been a great one to clear the Breaker with. 1600. Breaker's on a 2-turn clock here. 2 more attacks from Breaker. We're going to game 3. See if ISA can find something to deal with this. The real Yugi Moto. Channel that energy. Draw the card that you need to win. But here comes a Reinforcements of the Army. Such a powerful card. Just get to tutor any warrior in the game. And we're going to get the DD Warrior Lady. Not going to summon DD Warrior Lady, though. Not going to play into the potential of Torrential. Saw Bottomless Trap Hole earlier as well. Maybe don't want to get the DD Warrior Lady defeated by the Bottomless. You could just play around it here by setting DD Warrior Lady. But Ayase thinking on the attack, just going to let it go through. Yes, the DD Warrior Lady. This way, no shenanigans. Set another monster. And surely you just go into the battle phase here. Oh, going to flip the DD Warrior Lady first. No Torrential. No Mirror Force as well. And on the summon of DD Warrior Lady, Solemn Judgment. So drop down to 800. Still in the main phase now. I mean, you surely just should have not even flipped a DD Warrior Lady. You could have just attacked first, right? What do I know? Well, here's Kaiko for another monster onto the board. And, I mean, that's not Mirror Force, so it needs to be exactly Scapegoat. I guess Threatening Roar would work too, but it's Book of Moon, so... Gonna go over to game 3 now. Yeah, kind of had to figure it was something that could trade 1-for-1 with the attack of Breaker if you're going to use the Solemn Judgment to try to save yourself when they flip up the DD Warrior Lady. So ISA is going to start off game 3 here with a Thunder Dragon. Set 4 and a monster. 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand. So Breaker the Magical Warrior coming down, going to break a random card. It looks like it was Snatch Steal. We're going to attack into this. Sakura to Armor. Interesting that they decided to set the Snatch Steal. Koichi. Yeah, they accidentally drew 2, so... No, it definitely wasn't. They definitely drew pot for turn, and then flipped Dekoichi up, drew a new card, and then... Like, they had to have drawn pot for turn because this is Thunder Dragon, so... Yeah, I think they just got a little click happy there. Which you can't really be doing, but... Not even that we just can't see it on the replay, it's just that we know the cards in the hand, so... Like, we knew that both cards in the hand were Thunder Dragons, so they had to have drawn the pot somewhere. And they're either drawing it for turn or off the effect of Dekoichi. And it was very clear that it wasn't drawn from the second card that they accidentally drew from resolving Dekoichi. So, very fixable. Tribe Infecting Virus came down, swing in for 3,000. And now a T-set from Noodle's side. Ayase's got a pretty good command of this board. Gravekeeper Spy in the graveyard here because of Duo, along with Snatch Steel. So Noodle looks like they're on some sort of hybrid, like, Warrior, maybe, Gravekeeper deck with the Necro Valley stuff. Playing Gravekeepers for value from Necro Valley because you can get a good boost from them. Just the Necro Valley being online. Tribe Infecting Virus going to attack in again, but it's going to be met with the Gravekeeper Spy. This is not great for Noodle because even though the Spy flips up and gets a new one, or gets another Gravekeeper monster, yeah, and they take 900, which is pretty okay. Tribe can just deal with all the spellcasters on the board. So, not the greatest flip here. And I mean, if your opponent discarded a Spy, then probably means that they're on another one in the hand, right? Yeah, get rid of all the spellcasters. Pretty good pickup from the Tribe. Assura Priest coming down. Gonna activate Solemn Judgment, but we're gonna Solemn your Solemn, and I'm gonna Solemn your Solemn. That's Solemning my Solemn. And that is the game. Looks like Solemn Judgment was able to be the nail in the coffin on Noodle's side here. Getting Trinity didn't help as well, but I don't think there was a Graceful in there. Either way, congrats to Ayase. Moving on the loser side. Let's take a look at the bracket now. We are... Take a look into the winner's side. Not sure what is going on in this game here, or why Slash App is drawing a bunch of cards. And it looks like CC is up a game. They were just drawing cards because they are scooping. They just like to talk a lot, this CC. taking a little long to side deck here, so while we are waiting, remind everybody about the upcoming tournaments where you can earn a invite to the Go Format World Championship. We've got, again, Format Library Championship 21 happening next week, Saturday, October 9th, 12 p.m. Eastern. Free entry. Top 2 players receive a World Championship invite. Head on over to formatlibrary.com, our friends over at Format Library. Check out their Discord for more information, how to join up. We also have the Patreon playoffs for the winners of the GOAT Format Fridays. If you're interested in joining up on our Patreon for more exclusive content in order to play in these GOAT Format Friday tournaments, winners of those qualify for the playoffs. Double elimination, 16-person bracket. Play at your own pace tournament, not a live tournament. Have to up into October 21st to finish out. Winner of that will earn an invite as well. And then finally, last chance qualifiers. Be single elimination bracket, and the winner will receive a invite to the World Championships. $20 donation entry for the prize pool. So your $20 will go directly into World Championship prize pool. Again, last 4 invites for the tournament here as we get back into the game. Game 3 between I Love CC and /tap Johnny Lee. I Love CC starting off with the big man himself, the big monkey, Berserk Gorilla, and setting 5 in the back row. How do you contest with 5 back row? Very carefully. Setting Sinister Serpent using Metamorphosis. Magic Drain is going to be the response here. It's going to force /tap to discard a additional spell in order for this Metamorphosis to resolve. And that additional spell is going to be Delinquent Duo. Going to try to trigger the effect of Thousand Eyes Restrict, but you're going to be met with Ring of Destruction. Now, Snatch Steal followed up. And Snatch Steal is going to be met with Solemn Judgment. /tap is going to just set a card and pass the turn back. Berserk Gorilla will attack for 2,000. It has to attack for 2,000. That's what the card does. Scapegoat, though, is going to be the flip here for /tap. So Berserk Gorilla must attack one of these goat tokens. Unless CC has a response. They could have another card like Magic Drain face down. This is wrong, by the way. This is winners semis, not winners quarterfinals. I will fix this. Zambira the Dark, going to try to run over the Berserk Gorilla, but gets met with a Sakuretsu Armor. Time Seal locking Slash Tap out of their next draw, I believe. I think they just set it for their turn, so on the Slash Tap will not be able to draw this turn. Did I miss something? I might have missed when Time Seal was actually activated. So set a Delinquent Duo for just to get Mystical Space Typhoon. DD Warrior Lady off the top of the deck is going to be met with Gravekeeper Spy, which will find another Gravekeeper Spy and deal 500 to CC. Gravekeeper Spy walls both Berserk Gorilla and the Blade Knight. And thinking about if CC's thinking about if they want to use the banish effect of DD Warrior Lady to get rid of the Spy, probably is the best choice. Spy still resolves, and we'll find another Spy. We know that the Sinister Serpent is in the hand for Johnny. Set here and get the Thousand Eyes Restrict. So this is pretty good. You'll be able to clear both the monsters if the Thousand Eyes Restrict sticks. Take the Berserk Gorilla. Yep, and then crash in. So we met with Widespread Ruin. I think Johnny's okay with this. Now both players are playing off the top of the deck, and Gravekeeper Spy is walling CC's monsters out from Johnny's life points. Was looking pretty grim. Johnny had CC had 4,000 points of damage on the board. But top decking pot agreed. And here's Zambira again. Multiple Zambiras from Slash Tap's side. Just 100 points bigger than the Berserk Gorilla. And is on brand for the Chaos decks here, being a Dark Monster and all. Also is searchable if you run Reinforcements of the Army. But the Zambira does have some downsides. It loses 19. It loses attack points every time it kills a monster, and it can't attack directly. So even though it is a big monster, it's not actually presenting any kind of lethal damage unless they leave a monster in attack mode here. Slash Tap is not switching the Gravekeeper Spy into attack. Very wise. That is your best wall that you have in your deck versus CC's deck that's full of 2,000 attackers. Time Seal locking Slash Tap out of another draw this turn after Royal Decree was dealt with by the Dust Tornado. Another set card now for CC's end. Not a lot of decisions that need to be made from CC. Just drawing and doing whatever they can. MST now on the second Royal Decree. Draw pass from CC. Slash tap. Up a bunch of cards here, thanks to the Pot of Greed. Setting another card. And CC just drawing and passing as well. Can't find anything to deal with the board. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer is going to be added to Slash Tap's side. Is in fact a nightmare for CC. Chaos not online for CC, but Kaiko going to be able to banish 2 monsters. And represent lethal next turn with the board that they have. Pot of Greed now from CC side. Graceful Charity after the Pot of Greed. Always nice to see. Gotta think on the discard, though. It's tricky. Gonna need a discard any day of the week now. Well, we're gonna need it today, Sunday. Looks like it was King Tiger and Nobleman to cross out. 2 cards that aren't very good into this board. Breaker the Magical Warrior now is going to come down for CC's side. Breaker can try to break the face down here, or you could just try to attack the Kaiko first. Sort of a risky play, because, I mean, it is probably what you have to do, though. And it will go through. Now you can use the Breaker's effect to deal with the back row. That will mean that the Zombiro can pick the card up now. It was just a scapegoat, so not able to activate this card anyway. Probably set that card a few turns ago. So Zombiro can walk over the breaker, but there is potentially something in the back row. Nah, there's nothing here for CC's side. Just going to let the breaker die. And this Zambira is now down another 200. So it'll go down to 17 here. And that might be why, because they had the Dust Tornado for the back row. The third Royal Decree. The Royal Decree just never resolving in this matchup. And now Kaiko can finally walk over the Zambira. This will get rid of the Kaiko in the graveyard for Slash Tap, and Zambira on Slash Taps, and Drop Off is the next card, dropping off Sangan. Would have been a nice one to have for Slash Tap. So, combination of Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity finding CC some cards to deal with the pressure that Slash Tap was putting on the life here. Now, Solemn Judgment is going to drop CC a little bit lower, down to 650. Look into the graveyard, nothing in there. We know that Johnny's hand is just that Sinister Serpent. Gyro Gumo. That will be enough to deal with the Gravekeeper Spy. 2,200 attack points. Toss a coin, you call it wrong, you lose half your life, but does that really matter? Want those stats now. So Gyrogumo called wrong, going to be down to 32 or 325. Shout out to TK Griffiths trying to correct my pronunciation of card names, which I refuse to abide by because all of my pronunciations are correct. So playing off the top here, Johnny's got to find something. Set monster, set back row. That set monster's just a Sinister Serpent. Mystical Swordsman level 2 added to the board. That is very dangerous. Sinister Serpent is going to head to the graveyard. This will be 4,000. Just kidding, it's going to be less than 4,000. It's going to just be the 22. That is an excellent Book of Moon. This turns on any Chaos Sorcerer top deck. Also adds back the Sinister to the hand to be able to set it next turn. And literally anything bigger than 1,000 that can be normal summon will win Slash Tap the game. And that is not one of them. That is Thunder Dragon. Probably one of the worst cards to draw in this situation. And Slash, I was saying that 65% of the deck was game, but fortunately 3,500 or 35% of the other side of the deck was the one that they hit. So, congrats to CC. Moving on to winners finals now. We will cover that shortly. Gonna go up against, I believe, Moxie's. The winner of that will earn another point added to their seeding, as both those players have already qualified for the World Championships. And we will be back with the winners finals in a few moments. So sit tight. More Go Format action coming soon. And we are back here for the winners finals of the GOAT format, or Patreon, yeah, for the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8 for GOATformat.com. My name is Maskiz. This is actually our final Patreon qualifier before the World Championships of GOAT format. Should be held October 23rd and 24th. Tons of fantastic prizes and fantastic players. I want to correct myself earlier. I stated that both of these players have an invite to the World Championships. That is not true. CC is still looking to be invited here, and the winner of this match will guarantee themselves an invite. But Moxie's won the rock, paper, scissors, is going to elect to go first. And we'll start off with a Delinquent Duo. Strong card to have in your opening hand. Followed up by Pot of Greed. Another strong card to have. Don Zalug's going to be added to the board now. And we got 2 cards in the back row for Moxie's side. So strong start, especially stronger now, even with this Trop Dust Shoot. Revealing Breaker, the Magical Warrior from the hand. Let's see what the other cards may be. Guess we're not gonna know. Delinquent Duo from CC side. CC letting us know what they have in hand. It's a Sakura 2 Armor and a Magic Drain. Duo going to take out Kaiko from Moxie's hand and reinforcements of the army. And we're going to set our 2 cards on CC's end here. So Heavy Storm would be fine, but then you'd have to discard another card. I guess you could do 1-for-1 with it. Either way, you're going to get a 1-for-1 here if the Sakura 2 Armor goes through. See what CC decides. Going to use Sakura 2 Armor in the Big Blade Knight. Now, Donzalug will Moxie's elect to use Donzalug's effect. And they will. They're going to mill the top 2. Getting rid of Exiled Force and drop off. Exiled Force, the stronger of the 2 ones in that scenario, I think. See what CC gets off the top. Looks like another card to set. Just going to MST that. Could use Magic Drain here to protect it. Will do. Donzalug coming in again. Love to see the top 2. Very good hits here with Heavy Storm and Reinforces the Army. Moxie's knows that it's safe to top 2 because CC's deck doesn't really play any Chaos Monsters, I don't believe. So hitting top 2 here can just mill out good cards that Moxie just doesn't want CC to draw. Also helps get rid of the deck count. Potentially leading to deck out scenarios. And you're just connecting with Donzalug, which is just a clock that you have. Breaker the Magical Warrior is going to be added to Moxie's board. This represents 3,000 points of damage if they use the Breaker's effect, and they will, targeting the latest set card. That is Dust Tornado, getting rid of a Trap Dust Shoot. Moxie's is fine with that. More importantly, taking out the back row was important here. The Dust Shoot was just a bluff. Now CC's going to think on the attack. Gonna let the attack go through. Donzalu's gonna trigger again. Gonna hit Magic Drain, would have been a bad draw, and Ninja Grandmaster. And Moxie's doesn't have to add anything to the board, can just try to attack in there. And looks like that's going to be the game here for Moxie's. CC stating that they resign. And Moxie's taking up game one here. Very good opening for Mox. He's just had tons of pressure in the opening. And any day now, like I said before, CC takes a while to do pretty much everything. And finally, we're going to get into Game 2 here. I Live CC going to start off. Cliff the Trap Remover, set 5. We got Drop Off, going to take care of Breaker the Magical Warrior. Kaiko getting answered by Sakuretsu Armor. Cliff the Trap Remover going to swing in, but is answered by Sakuretsu Armor from Moxie's side, doing its job by removing a trap from the board, sacrificing himself to do so. Set it Pot of Greed on CC's side, followed up from the Delinquent Duo, activated from hand, getting rid of the only card in Moxie's hand, which was a Blade Knight. Main phase 2, going to summon out Berserk Gorilla. Set a card and pass. So Moxie's down to 3 cards, has to face Berserk Gorilla in the top of the deck from CC. Graceful Charity from CC side. Looking like a reverse of last game. Just a very, very strong start, it seems, from CC side. Going first often has that advantage. But it's not over yet. Moxie still has room to wiggle out of this one. Berserk Gorilla has to attack here. We'll get a Mirror Force for our troubles. See if there's a Solemn Judgment, and there is. Pay 35. And Moxie's taking off 4,000. Not for Solemn of his own, but because both attacks are going to go through. Drop Off. Getting rid of Torrential Tribute. Good card to hit off Drop Off. Other card was Breaker, which was just as good. And Moxie has to have something down here that can block and attack. If he doesn't, it's game on board. Reinforcements of the army, but gets hit with Magic Drain. Premature Burial is the pickup now. This will get a Blade Knight of Moxie's own. I wonder if the sequencing was wrong. I wonder if Moxie should have used Premature Burial to get back Blade Knight first, see if Magic Drain was there. And then attack in. Well, now, yeah, there's the monster, and that'll do it. So we're going to go into Game 3 here in Winners Finals. So Moxie's going to go first. See if they can replicate the success that they had in Game 1 here. All right, on to Game 3 here. Moxie's going to start us off just with 2 sets. Not as explosive of a start as they had last, or Game 1, I should say. Setting for first, then going to use Pot of Greed. Try to play around potential Dust Shoot, I guess. Going to be met with Solemn Judgment, though. See if there's a normal summon in the hand for CC. No, it just looks like we're going to set our 5th card. And that's going to be the drop off. So there goes Dust Tornado. CC's making drop off look really, really good in this tournament here. No Dust Shoot from CC's side. Flipping up Heavy Storm, though, the professional Heavy. Time Seal's going to be the chain. This means that it's getting all 4 cards. Gonna hit Premature Burial, second drop off, and Sakuretsu Armor. Time Seal's gonna lock Moxie's out of a draw, but he's got 4 cards to play with, and CC has 0 right now. Ooh, but no monster follow-up from Moxie's end, it looks like. Uh-oh. Discarded Dust Tornado by accident, meant to set it. Moxie's just setting a bunch more to the back row. Looks like 3 cards. Well, CC's got to draw a monster. Graceful Charity off the top. That's going to get Solemn Judgmented. Keep CC off of 0 cards. This is going to be a pass back. See if Moxie wants to do anything else. I mean, they didn't use the last card in their hand. They're finally going to just set it now. Not going to summon it and attack. There's Reinforcements of the Army. Interesting maneuvering here. Not sure why Moxies would have just not set that card, the monster that's in their hand, the previous turn. I mean, we know, because Moxie's misclick, we know that one of the down cards is Dust Tornado. CC's got to figure out what that other down card could possibly be if they were willing to Solemn Judgment. CC's trying to read that card that's face down as a Kinetic Soldier. Should be a interesting card to side in this matchup. There's a lot of Warriors in CC's deck, but they're also playing, you know, Gyrogumo and Kaiko. Kinetic Soldier is a good one, but doesn't play well into those 2 cards. Reinforcements of the Army is going to go grab a Blade Knight. Going to normal summon Blade Knight now. Try to attack into this monster. And it was Exile Force. Has to set the Exiled Force because they were willing to go down to 2000s, knowing that any Blade Knight raw off the top, like we saw here, would be able to take out his life, you know, just attack in for game. Set there, knew the Dust Shoot was there, but kind of had to set it just to deal with the Dust Shoot. Sorry, the Dust Tornado. Blade Knight now on Moxie's end. MST, deal with the back row from from CC. Graceful Charity now from Moxie's. Discarding second Blade Knight and Duo to trade off for Pot of Greed. Get some more cards in the mix. Blade Knight attacking in after setting a card, setting a second card. Probably could have just set both, but maybe there was a mind game present. Drop off, gonna hit a Sakuretsu Armor. Not that great in this spot. Now they're both at 2,000. CC needs to rip something right off the top here. Set a card, end the turn. What does Moxie's got? Go to battle. Just gonna attack. And that's GG. What was the down card? Do we know? devastating smashing ground. That smashing ground off the top was very good. Moxie saying that they shouldn't use the Solemn on the Graceful Charity. I mean, that would have helped out as far as life points, but Moxie's was able to draw out of the scenario here. Ring of Destruction could have at least tied the game up. But yeah, Blade Knight is just going to get the job done. Hit the dome 4 times. And Moxie's is moving on to the finals here. Moxie's is earning himself yet another seed point. Wow, what a game. Take a look over at the bracket. So let's hop on over to Anthony Alvarado versus Ivan Rosito. It's going to be loser side round. Loser side round 6. Anthony Alvarado, Team Overdose member. Taking on Ivan Rosito here. Winner of the GOAT Format Championship 15. Looks like a bit of back and forth between players, just cycling through their decks. Thunder Dragons. Both have a lot of cards in hand, but are trying to establish some sort of board. Trying to confirm if... Now, Anthony Alvarado still does not have their invite to the World Championships. He qualified last year from winning a Format Library Championship. Magician of Faith getting back Delinquent Duo. Use Delinquent Duo here. Magician of Faith was stolen from a mind control that Anthony just used. Gonna tribute summon Sinister Serpent to... Tribute off Sinister Serpent to summon Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon swings in for 16. And here, you can have your Faith back. I end my turn. Another card set to Ivan's side. See how Alvarado... See if they can crack the board here. I mean, there's not a lot that Ivan has to work with. Doesn't seem like they're able to reset the Faith right now. And Alvarado being wise here, just going to attack the Magician of Faith. Doesn't need to summon another monster and walk into a Torrential Tribute. We'll be able to set a new monster to the board. And we might see... Yeah, just passing it back now. Jar of Greed. Ivan's going to draw a card. Nobina Crossout's going to take care of the face down, which is Sinister Serpent from Alvarado's side. And then Ivan's just going to set a card to the front, monster. Yeah, Alvarado doesn't want to overcommit anything here. It's fine sitting on the Thunder Dragon and just letting it eat away at Ivan's monsters, resources, life. Magician of Faith looks like it was added from Sangan, and now set card from Alvarado's side. Upstart Goblin from Ivan. Draw a new card. Delinquent Duo now from Ivan's side. Going to take out Snatch Steel as the random pick. Let's see what Anthony discards is the other Thunder Dragon. Makes sense. Ivan probably is going to set the Faith that was just added. Blackluster Soldier now. Blackluster Soldier dealing with Apprentice Magician. And no follow-up from Ivan's side, just Apprentice getting banished here for Blackluster Soldier's effect. See how Anthony can deal with this Blackluster Soldier on the board, or may take over the game. Well, that's a good way to deal with it. Chaos Sorcerer. See if Ivan summon this out with no protection. Yeah, declaring player priority to activate the ignition effect of Chaos Sorcerer. See if that resolves, and it does. Looks like that the no protection from Ivan's side, running out that Blackluster Soldier. Normal summon Tsukiyomi, going to try to set the Chaos Sorcerer, but we're going to see Torrential Tribute from Ivan's side, met with a Solemn Judgment from Anthony, so that it's going to be able to deal with the Torrential Tribute, set the Chaos Sorcerer so it can't be stolen by Snatch Steal, and attack in there for 27, dropping Ivan down to 37. Alvarado sitting at 4,000 thanks to paying half his life for Solemn Judgment, but has the Chaos Sorcerer sitting pretty underneath, or set right there. So that makes sense why Ivan didn't want to add another monster to the board because of Torrential. They didn't want to get their own board Torrentialed here. They figured there was a way to get rid of this BLS. They could just Torrential it away. Wonder if they should have just used Torrential to keep the BLS in the graveyard. Might be more light monsters here. Yeah, there's enough lights. You don't need to Torrential, and you try to get the value out of it anyway. It's going to get Solemn regardless, but you get more monsters the way that Ivan did it, which makes sense to not use it. So here's Tsukiyomi again. This will target the Thunder Dragon. You can just flip your guys up. You can make a solid read on what that face down may be. It's probably something that Tsukiyomi can run over. You can try to attack in here for a game shot with your Chaos Sorcerer. Mirror Force is still in play for Ivan, so is kind of dicey.
Hello.
Hello? Is that Scully's voice? Is that Scully's music that I hear?
It is.
Welcome aboard. Looks like Anthony Alvarado picked up game 1 here. we'll get into this game too as soon as the players are finished siding. How's everything going on your end, Scully? I'm no sold. Wouldn't be the first time. So we're going to get into game 2 here. Of course, it wouldn't be a good Format.com stream without someone, or the whole stream having technical difficulties, would it? Scully may be joining us back again. We've got Ivan starting off here, thinking about their first play.
Think I'm back. Okay.
I think you're back now.
So did you see the water deck that Ivan was playing against the round before?
We did watch it on stream versus Johnny Lee.
Yeah. Did he beat Johnny Lee or lose to Johnny Lee?
It went to game 3, I think.
Yeah, pretty crazy that deck got that far.
Fenrir is a sleeper card. It's just very hard to get out is the problem. But works really well with Dimension Fusion. You can banish your own water guys, and
this is a good dust shoot here, being able to pick off the light if Ivan wants to, and more importantly, knowing the hand here is going to be able to play around these kind of cards.
Yeah, MST is now 50-50 if they want to activate it even. It feels very weird to put the Thunder Dragon back. You could just put the Sorcerer back. But yeah, that might be the play. I guess they could summon Breaker and try to Breaker one of the back rows. Use MST to get rid of the other back row. And just like attack, but...
You know, my initial thought was to put the Thunder Dragon back, but I kind of see the line of putting the Sorcerer back too. But
yeah, I mean...
It's like less threats that can come up with the Thunder Dragon's gone. Your duo's still usable. Their Charity isn't as scary.
Right. Alvarado opting not to summon Breaker here. We're going to see Gravekeeper Spy get flipped up. That'll be able to clear the Dekoichi, but that's Tsukiyomi face down. That's not going to be clearing nothing. Upstart Goblin after the Spy flip.
Ivan was the winner of last week's Go Format Championship 15.
Yeah, we figured them round 1.
Alvarado's still chasing the invite this late into the season.
They got an invite pretty late last season, too, in one of the later format libraries, but not the dead last format library. It was the Dekoichi, was able to run over it. 1200 damage from the other Spy. Now Alvarado drawing into 2 new cards. Still has a Breaker, MST, Chaos Sorcerer, and Tsukiyomi to work with.
Ivan could potentially start putting pressure on and actually take this game in just a few turns based on the card knowledge that he has. But Upstart Goblin's going to make that a little harder to do.
Yeah, as Upstart Goblin does.
But it did just get him to Thunder Dragon Graceful, so.
Again, as Upstart Goblin does, lets you see your cards, but makes it harder for you to OTK.
Let me take a look here of who is left today still. Moxie's still undefeated. CC, 1 loss. Labounty, SDL Killer. And then you got Slash Tap and Alvarado both chasing the invite.
Yeah, I think the spoilers for new invites are SDL, LaBounty, and Moxie's, right?
CC has an invite.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
I was informed that they don't. They don't have it. They're not blue on the
Really?
on our site, so.
Huh. I feel like I thought they had an invite for quite a while now. I guess not.
No, they've been chasing it just as.
They've been doing really good. These last tournaments, I just felt like they were in that pool of players that got there already.
Nope. I was wrong as well, so. I mean, I haven't put a lot of monsters on the board here. Breaker going to deal with the MSC that we've known about for quite a while.
Yeah, why even break main phase 1?
That's a good question. Maybe you wanted to use your Ring of Destruction on your own Magician of Faith to get this light in your graveyard, but you already had lights with Thunder Dragons. Jar of Green now.
Maybe they're just hoping he'd hit the Jar of Greed.
And that was Gravekeeper Spy. That was a new card picked up from Alvarado last turn. Maybe,
That's what he needed.
Maybe what he should have did was just ring his own spy to put a dark in the graveyard. This would turn on Chaos.
You got to think they have a decently loaded hand at this point, right?
I mean, they've gone through Jar of Greed. They've gone through Upstart, Graceful Charity, Thunder Dragons. They've got to. Yeah. It's got to.
They played Upstart 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable to assume that it's a good hand. Like, it's got a Chaos Monster, right? Wait, did they Magician of Faith for Upstart Goblin or Graceful Charity?
Yeah. Upstart.
That seems wrong.
They drew the Graceful off the Upstart.
Then they used another Upstart after? We might have missed the sequencing.
I think they used another one after.
After the Faith, okay. So Anthony's got to think here. Can summon Breaker, try to break the other back row. Could try to summon Tsukiyomi, get rid of the Breaker on Ivan's side. Doesn't have a light access just yet, because that Thunder Dragon was tucked away with Dust Shoot. So Chaos Sorcerer that we know is in the hand is not live. And there's just two cards that we're not sure about. I'm going to set one of them. Probably is right. Can play conservative here because they have two spies on the board. Okay, not going to set a card, apparently. Just going to summon out Breaker. Use the effect to break. Going to chain Wing Blast. Put the Breaker back on top of the deck. Thinking about what to discard here. I would think a Dark Monster, yeah, Dekoichi. Oh, I was going to put a Spy on top of the deck instead. Okay.
And Splash Tap has been eliminated by SDL Killer.
Ooh. The hopes and dreams. There's the Chaos Monster from Ivan's side. Going to be able to deal with the other Gravekeeper Spy. After the Breakers crashed with one another. Turn the Spies to attack mode. So this is kind of weird. I guess he didn't have a way to deal with both Spies if he used the Wing Blast on the Breaker. But you don't need to deal with both Spies right away. You could just put the Sorcerer out. Remove one of the Spies.
You're not going to be winning instantly anyway with your ring gone and how many life points Alvarado has.
Right. You don't have any protection now for the Gravekeeper Spy. Yeah, Mind Control's going to come out. Or protection for the Chaos Sorcerer. So Mind Control can come out and take the Chaos Sorcerer. Instead, you're going to elect to take the set. Could be pretty big here if it's Magician of Faith. Checking, and it is Magician of Faith.
So that'll let Alvarado waste the Faith effect and banish the Sorcerer.
Yeah, it can just get the Mind Control back and take the Sorcerer, banish it. And still has Gravekeeper Spy to set across here and wall up.
Then their other card, we know they have Alvarado has Tsukiyomi, right?
Tsukiyomi and Chaos Sorcerer are the two cards we know about. And the Spy in hand, but we're not sure about the last one. Snatch Steal, a little bit better than Mind Control.
What do you take with it now? With the Faith, do you get the Mystical now?
I think you might want to still take Mind Control so that if your Snatch Steal gets destroyed, you have an out to the Sorcerer now.
That's right, they have the...
Oh,
Suki
right, they have the
Snatch.
Tsukiyomi, so you can just get the Snatch back. You can flip your Chaos Sorcerer, flip the Magician of Faith that you just stole, and now get your Snatch Steal back. Much better. We forgot. Yeah, good on Anthony here, recognizing that they should be getting rid of Dark so that less
really
chances to summon the Chaos Monsters here. There is a Dark in the graveyard, but...
Really great play from Alvarado here.
Yeah, Snatch Steal was just fantastic. So was the Mind Control, really.
Do you think the banish was correct though, with a Dekochi already in the grave anyway?
Yeah, I think you just don't want fodder. Because if they summon a Chaos Monster, you're gonna get your Snatch Steal back here, so you can just take it anyway. Instead, gonna get Mind Control. I don't know if that's better.
Well, the Mind puts the pressure on that now he can't set flip effects against him.
He can also just Mind Control every turn by summoning the Tsukiyomi, setting the Faith, and then Mind Controlling the Faith, flipping it up.
Yeah, but you also could have done that with Snatch Steal too.
But that can be destroyed by like Ring of Destruction or something. Or not Ring of Destruction, MST, Phoenix Wing Blast.
Book of Moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it kind of puts the same... I guess they could also like tribute it off though, would suck too, then you have the... I don't know. I think take the Snatch might have actually made more sense. If the Magician of Faith is still going to be on the field, because you could always snatch the Magician next turn.
Yeah, and then you
Suki to keep it and then get the Mind Control.
You keep the Faith this way, yeah.
Both good picks though.
I think it just maybe he saw that it was losing to more stuff that Ivan could potentially have in the deck, right? Just getting the Snatch Steal, because if the Snatch Steal comes down on a board like this, then it's fine, right? But if there's a back row, then it becomes harder to justify using the Snatch Steal because you don't want to run it into something like you're saying, Book of Moon, Dust Tornado, Wing Blast. The Wing Blast wouldn't be the end of the world because you're getting rid of 2 cards for your Snatch Steal that you're just going to draw again. And speaking of Snatch Steal, here's Snatch Steal from Ivan's side.
Now he should actually banish the Faith here.
Yes.
Or the Sorcerer. Probably the Faith. Yeah, the Faith for sure. Or you're going to be Suki locked.
Instead, he's going to opt to just attack. Yeah, banishing the Faith is like the fancy play that actually I think is much better because then the Mind Control isn't as powerful. He could have a better card in hand, though, that makes the play that we're thinking impossible.
What would be really good would be if Alvarado goes for the Mind Control on the Faith, summons a Suki, and if Ivan could solemn the Suki.
Oh, no, that's what I was thinking he was going to do. Just Mind Control the Magician of Faith, get back the Snatch Steal. Get your Chaos Sorcerer back.
Right, that's what I'm saying though. If Ivan has a solemn for when the Tsukiyomi is summoned, would like blow the whole thing out.
Yeah, you get rid of both the Mind Control and the Tsukiyomi.
Mm-hmm.
Alvarado could just... Yeah, no, you can't really Mind Control your own Sorcerer and banish it back. You can't Mind Control the Sorcerer and book it, and then it doesn't go back, right? it will
It
just
still goes back.
Yeah, that will just go back from Mind Control's effect, not Snatch Steal.
Right.
So summon Tsukiyomi first. He's gonna target Sork.
Yeah, well, summoning the Suki first either way was smart, right?
Yeah, this way you waste one less card. Like, if that is Solemn, he doesn't get, like, 2 for 1 from just the Solemn, you know? And then Nobleman on his own Chaos Sorcerer. That works. That might have been the draw for turn for Anthony. That Nobleman. Which changes a lot. You come up with these lines, but you got to consider the top card of the deck sometimes can change exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, you plan and plan and plan, looking at your hand during your opponent's turn, and then kind of have to like reevaluate as soon as you see your next card anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, like you may be in the position where you think like you're locked out, and then that top card just unlocks your whole hand for you. And Anthony's got more resources here than Ivan, just because they were able to use the Magician of Faith effectively to just get their mind control back. It's probably the set spy here. And yeah, just ship it on over. Ivan's got to find something here. This spy wall.
Alvarado's been able to play around his opponent and having Thunder Dragon, Graceful, and Turn 1 Trap Dust Shoot really well. Just knowing that your opponent has mind control in hand is a whole nother issue too.
Right. Mind control's really good. Delinquent Duo. You get rid of another Chaos Sorcerer.
And the card that Ivan knows Alvarado has left is Tsukiyomi.
And we'll see if that gets discarded here. Alvarado's got decisions to make. Mind Control gets discarded. He knew he had the Mind Control as well. Magician of Faith, the flip up for Alvarado after resolving a upstart Goblin.
Maybe Mystical? Start picking cards away. He does have the Tsukiyomi to go with his Faith.
Is Torrential still in play for Ivan? Yes, it is. So, gonna take Mind Control instead. I kind of liked Mystical Space Typhoon there. You didn't have to use it right away either. You could have just held it, set it for this turn.
You gotta take Mind Control. I feel like you might as well take the Upstart Goblin.
Gravekeeper Spy now. No effect, I would presume. We're gonna attack.
You know, like I'd rather dig to a Trinity piece than just hold on to a Mind Control when my opponent doesn't even have any monsters.
Well, I mean, Mind Control, you getting it means that they can't summon anything or set anything.
It's true, that is protection against Chaos Monster. There's also the fact that he knows Ivan plays Jar of Greeds and doesn't want a mystical Jar of Greed either.
But if Ivan's down so much that he just needs to pop a jar off it, right? Like he needs to find something here, so...
Yeah, I think it's more likely that he has.
And now he's going to use Mind Control on the Magician of Faith here.
More likely that he has Solemns down than it is Jar of Greeds at this point. Could have Graceful?
Yeah, gotta get your power card.
He could duo him again.
Duo would be strong as well, but you're dipping pretty low at that point. You're looking for something to get rid of this Spy, and maybe something to get rid of the Faith as well, because the Faith Loop is online still for Alvarado.
Could Ivan win this turn with a BLS shot?
That's 1848. So he needs another monster, something with at least 1,000. Probably less than 1,000.
700.
Thank you.
He could go for game this turn. Because you gotta think he has a Solemn set, right?
He's got to have something back there. Does he have MST access of his own? Yeah, he could have his own MST.
Solemn is what you want, though.
If he's got jars, I mean, he can just jar, try to dig to Breaker. Oh, he already used Breaker.
Well, BLS Sangan would be enough, but yeah, they got a lot of monsters gone already. The Spies are all gone, the Breaker's gone. Tribe would be one, another Dakochi would be another.
Well, he's got to discard 2 cards out of his hand now.
Have you watched any of CC's games on stream?
Yeah, we saw a game where CC won at 163 life. Something like that.
That's what I was going to ask, yeah.
Gonna get rid of double Nobleman. I don't know if that was a hard decision or not.
Well, giving up Nobleman is giving up playing it on the Faith. So you're gonna drop a Sorcerer that you know he can Mind Control.
Well, he can do what he did what we thought about last time, and banish this Faith here.
Yeah, that's what my guess is what's about to happen.
Something that he probably should have did way, way back.
That was a different Faith.
It was a different Faith, but it's something that he should have did way, way back. when he knew he had his opponent had mind control to begin with.
So you can protect your sorcerer with a Book of Moon in this situation. You just wait till the sorcerer targets itself to banish, and then you book the sorcerer, and then you still get it back. But then they can flip it and banish it, so that doesn't work either, actually.
Well, there's Solemn. There's the Jar Greed for Ivan's side.
Ivan is out of darks now.
Well, this
and no lights for Alvarado.
Well, if the Chaos Sorcerer goes to the graveyard, I mean, there's the Dark Forum. I mean, yeah, no lights for Alvarado is pretty key. That Thunder Dragon going back to the deck turn 1 is leaving Alvarado light on lights. Dekoichi flips up, draws a card right into Trap Dust Shoot. Sangan Faith, Tsukiyomi that we knew about, and Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
So if you put back the Suki, then they keep the Faith. If you put back the Faith, then they're able to use Suki to protect Sorcerer, to protect the Kochi from the Sorcerer. He just pitched both his Noblemans too, so...
Yeah, just to set up this Sorcerer play. What was the other... I think the other card in the hand was Dust Shoot, though, that he had to keep. I could be wrong. It might have been something like Jar Greed that he wanted.
Yeah. Kind of a tough decision, but I think Faith is the answer. Keep him off lights.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of that already.
And you know that Faith is pretty much going to resolve, so...
Dekoichi's going to attack now. That's running into Ivan's own Dekoichi. Now that's kind of dangerous because that turns on Wing Blast. Delinquent Duo. Will we see a chain? No, chain's going to discard the Wing Blast. So didn't have it set, but drew it off the Dekoichi. Now this Tsukiyomi's going to be able to flip the Dekoichi face down. Ivan thinking here. Yeah, Wind Blast is kind of killer as well. You can spin the Sorcerer. There's no darks in the graveyard, right?
Yep.
Yeah, you could just pitch your Sangan.
Yeah, do you let the Dekoichi die to see a new card and then pitch, or... You hold on to the Sangan so it can get you to Faith? I think you let the Dekoichi die here.
Hmm. Oh, they do have a Dark in the graveyard from last turn. Alvarado attacked Dekoichi into the set Dekoichi. So this might not be the best then. Because they're just going to be able to resummon the Chaos Ursa. The whole point of putting that back to the top is not only just to lock them out of the draw, but would be to make sure that they can't summon something. But this is actually... The way that they did it presents lethal, because they can summon the Sangan and just try to attack with both. So maybe this is good enough.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Depends on the card in Ivan's hand, I guess. They might want to use a Solemn here just to protect and clear the Dekoichi finally. Alvarado's throwing away the loop that they had to potentially win the game. But Solemn Judgment, they're both going to be at 3 cards, though, after this exchange.
Yeah, I would think you'd be okay with the Sorcerer getting bounced there, and even if you save the Solemn for... Well, you can't really Solemn. You don't want to Solemn with an open board.
Sangan's not that strong now. Those 2 cards have to have been something. There's still no Light Monster for...
That was a good Solemn.
Alvarado. Yeah, I don't think you want to get locked out of your draw. Even if you don't think you're going to win this turn with the Solemn, right? Upstart Goblin, though, will find Alvarado a new card, giving Ivan 1,000 more life to play with, and that card that they found is Pot of Greed. Thunder Dragon Chaos Monster. There's the Thunder Dragon. Just looking for the Chaos Monster now. We know Sangan's hanging out.
But that was Upstart Goblin into Pot of Greed into Graceful Thunder Dragon.
Well, that's why we're not playing chess. For stuff like this. And this is the only game going on currently in the tournament, so we'll be following the winner of this on to their next round.
It's Jonathan Labounty.
Eight cards left in the deck for Ivan. Heavy Storm on your Heavy Storm. Just gonna go to battle.
I can't believe Alvarado's turn did end up being way bigger than that. And
It's
Apprentice Magician.
Apprentice Magician, yeah. Is there a target still left in the deck? Another Apprentice Magician. Surely you would get Magician of Faith here. There's no way.
He didn't. There's only one banished and none in the grave. Is it just in the hand?
Is it just, it might, the other one just might be in the hand.
But what was he trying to bait out a mind control, I guess? But both the noblemen's already gone.
Right. What, are you going to premature breaker? Put a counter on it? Apprentice Magician is a interesting tech, though, in the Chaos Turbo decks that play these Upstart Goblins. Because essentially you can just Upstart Goblin. If they attack your thing, it just turns into Magician of Faith. That gets your Upstart Goblin back. Here's Blackluster Soldier. I think you have to banish the
new one.
Well,
unless you're going for game.
I mean, it depends on.
You could go for game here.
It depends on what your set card is. That was the Faith. Okay. Ah, Sinister Serpent. That's not big enough.
Why are you flipping it?
Gonna creature swap? I mean, we probably should have put it on Sinister Serpent as soon as he didn't flip it. Like, it just couldn't have been a flip effect monster.
Yeah, like, Ivan's saying they messed up here. I don't know why you flipped this Serpent unless you have creature swap. I think they thought it was going to be able to run over something.
They probably thought it could run over the Apprentice Magician, but that guy's got 800 defense.
Puts you in a very vulnerable spot. They may have to banish their Serpent here.
It wouldn't be the end of the world, but it's a weird spot to be in.
I guess hoping that Alvarado doesn't have another target, and they don't, but that's not enough for game. Yeah, I think I would have just banished the Sinister here.
Wild. They run Apprentice Magician, but not 3 Sorcerers? Or 3 Faiths?
Could be in the hand again.
That's wild, if it's in the hand again. All that draw, just for the Apprentice Magicians to not resolve fully.
Well, someone's winning this turn or next. Oh, wow.
That's,
maybe not.
Certainly a card. Oh, they're all different types, too. You can't deal with all of them.
Yeah, you only get Even if he had 4 cards, it's not a game shot. But Alvarado's gonna have the better cards left in his deck after this turn.
Yeah, I'm not seeing what Ivan can realistically draw here. Yeah, Snatch Steal's gone, Mind Control's gone. The third
Alvarado
Faith was in their hand.
Alvarado could have Ring too.
Yeah, attacking for 13.
Wow, didn't no back row but left ended with a card in their hand? So what other monster did they keep?
Tsukiyomi's a pickup. That'll set the tribe.
Jeez, what could his last card be in the hand?
Any Chaos Monster now is going to do it for Alvarado, and they got a shot at drawing it. It's a Tsukiyomi? Oh my gosh. Wow.
Jeez, that was the card they kept in hand.
Do we know the Tsukiyomi was there from Just
way
Shoot?
long before?
Yeah, we did. It was Mind Control.
There's another one in the grave. I don't think it's
Oh
the
no,
same
it wasn't. No, it was. It was Magician of Faith, Tsukiyomi, Wing Blast, and Sangan. So they had that Tsukiyomi from way back, and then they drew another one. Wild stuff. Well, congrats to Anthony Alvarado for moving on to the tournament.
Alright, here we go. Long history between these two players. Jonathan Labounty defeated Anthony Alvarado when he won Shonen Jump Championship Washington. a mere 14 years ago.
It's been a while.
And they have definitely played since then as well. When you look at a back row like this, you do have to worry, like, there's no easy answer to it other than a heavy storm. Is my opponent gonna wing blast my set monster? Flip over to Kochi? Like, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong when you see your opponent open with 3 back rows and a set monster.
Yeah, and if your response is just to set a monster there, it's, you know, not always the best.
Yeah, usually a sign of a pretty weak hand.
Jar agreed to getting an additional card for Alvarado.
In the main deck, Mind Control. The only good news for Labounty here is that he will be able to switch this spy to defense next turn.
Yeah, that'll ward off any attacks for the time being. But really annoying that the Mind Control took the spy and was able to, you know, deny the flip effect. Not only deny the flip effect, but get Alvarado a spy of his own. Upstart Goblin from the bounty side. Well, with Break of the Magical Warrior, that does change things. Now you can try to... Wonder if it was better to attack the spy.
So if you attack and it's a Book of Moon, that's pretty bad at that point. I don't think he had a Book of Moon since he was able to use Breaker's Effect to hit a Solemn. But if Alvarado has a Tsukiyomi, then that's kind of worse for Labounty to him use it on the Dekochi. But yeah, my initial thought would be to attack the spy since you're going to get a shot at it right now and you might not next turn.
Just in a Faith now being flipped up. Get the mind control. That'll get Sangan.
Alvarado just rammed the Sangan into the breaker.
Looks like they did, and now they're gonna go grab
Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyomi up. Okay. Not the biggest mind control for Alvarado, but able to reset the Magician of Faith here. Get another crack back at it, thanks to the Tsukiyomi. Be able to get the mind control again. Mind control, though, just plays a lot of mind games, you know?
Yeah, it's been a slow game of trades, but they've all been slightly going in Alvarado's favor. As two of the cards in hand for the bounty are Thunder Dragons. And now he is much more field committed than Alvarado is.
Yeah, new set there. Probably bait for the mind control. Or is it not bait for the mind control? It's actually a good flip effect monster, but you're making your opponent think it's bait for the mind control. Or did you set bait for the mind control thinking that your opponent is thinking that you're going to set something good for the mind control?
Yeah, Alvarado's definitely going to be... he's going to play it safe and banish the thing.
Yeah, I guess he's just going to summon Blackluster Soldier. It might be better to banish Sangan at the end of the day, but... No Thunder Dragons from Alvarado's side. Use priority. What's the target? Yeah, just gonna play it safe. Was Sinister Serpent. So it was bait for the mind control, but it's something that doesn't want to be answered with by BLS. Now that Tsukiyomi gets to reset the Blackluster Soldier, and we're on our merry way back to Labounty's turn. So now Labounty has another obstacle to deal with. Already couldn't get in damage because of the Gravekeeper Spy. Has to be weary of the Mind Control and the Tsukiyomi in Alvarado's hand. But now he's facing down a BLS.
And he's board committed already.
Yeah, it's stuck a lot of cards onto the board. One of those cards is Sangan, though, so that can float into something different. Upstart Goblin, gonna try to find something here.
Can't float into a BLS, though.
No, Sangan's not that good. Good old critter. Not sure. I mean, there's definitely a combination of cards that cracks Alvarado's board here. The problem is that...
Yeah, if he had Nobleman, I think he would have activated it already.
Yeah, that combination of cards probably just loses to a Mind Control. Like a single Mind Control. Like, if you Heavy Storm summon a Chaos Monster, like, you just lose your Chaos Monster to Mind Control. Wing Blast. What's the target? Spin a back row. Okay. Just Jar agreed. So losing 2 cards there. Well, really, Thunder Dragon is a card, but not really. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Battle phase, attack, and then now you're going to Snatch Steal. Didn't want to say the play out loud. Because there would have been egg on my face if that happened. Interesting.
So why not Wing Blast the BLS?
Because he wants to Snatch Steal it. He's going to search Tsukiyomi here, then Snatch Steal the BLS. And present that threat on the board. Of, like, being able to flip-flop the Blackluster Soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, he just searched Morphine Jar.
Maybe he's not going to do that play. Oh. That works. I guess you're trying to use the Wing Blast as an MST. That's another line. This gets use of the Thunder Dragon.
And as much as you don't want your opponent to set 5 cards then play Mind Control, it's better than your Jar getting Nobleman probably.
I mean, this is also kind of tricky because if you're Alvarado, do you save the Mind Control for Morphing Jar, or do you use Mind Control now to take Chaos Sorcerer and deal with that?
Morphing Jar is kind of similar to Mind Control, where knowing your opponent has it now just makes you play weird.
Oh, yeah. Well, Snatch Steal from Alvarado's side. I'm going to take the Chaos Sorcerer, banish Breaker, summon Tsukiyomi, flip-flop the Chaos Sorcerer. And no attacks, because that'll put a light in the graveyard.
There's already a light in the graveyard. You can't get over it. It's Thunder Dragon. Right?
Chaos Sorcerer. You just attack it.
The Breaker, you mean? There's no dark in the grave?
He banished it and then he flip-flopped it, right?
Yeah, you said there's no light in the graveyard.
Oh.
He banished twice with it. He banished Spy and Breaker.
Oh, I didn't see the Spy gone. Misinterpreting the game states.
Now, how do you play around this Morphing Jar? Or not play around it?
You still have the Mind Control play. You can just Mind Control it. You could, if you think it's Morphing Jar, just set a bunch of stuff and just attack it.
Alvarado does have a ton of life points as well.
Ring of Destruction.
That turned on Light and Dark for the bounty now.
22.
I think Alvarado's got game.
Yeah. Just Wing Blast 1, Mind Control the other. And we're moving on to game 2 here. There have been plenty of matches here that were not just Chaos matches. We've got Reasoning Gate decks, Water decks here, Warrior decks as well. So it hasn't all been Chaos Turbo Mirror matches. Apologize for not updating the scoreboard with the correct information.
For there being 32 players, there's a pretty good variety of decks.
So we're going to see LeBounty start off. After losing game 1 here. So, sets from the Bounty side. MST, after sets from Alvarado's side, picking off the Solemn Judgment. And now Breaker takes out the Mirror Force after Thunder Dragon was pitched from Alvarado. Now we're going to see Breaker the Magical Warrior attack over Sangan. Bounty going to pick back up the Mystical Space Typhoon from setting his Magician of Faith turn 1. Going to set another card, presumably the Mystical Space Typhoon. Upstart Goblin now for Alvarado. Give LeBounty 1,000 life to draw a card. Heavy Storm is going to be met with Solemn Judgment. And Tribe Infecting Virus comes down and is going to wipe away all the spellcasters on the board, discarding Sinister Serpent. So 2 Thunder Dragons still in the hand for Alvarado. Didn't want to conserve that information of Sinister Serpent. Tribe Infecting Virus attacks, gets Mirror Force for the troubles. And the Bounty is going to just set a monster, set another back row on his turn. Alvarado picking the Sinister Serpent back up. Graceful Charity, right on time. Let's see if Graceful finds something good to deal with the board here. already used a Heavy Storm. Gonna discard Sinister Serpent and the Thunder Dragon that we know is hanging out in the hand. Bot agreed. Catching all the power cards. Anthony Alvarado is. Nomina Crossout going to take out Sinister Serpent from the Bounty side. Followed up by set card for Alvarado, Monster, and pass it on back. Can't really set one back row because it just get picked off by MST. And things are not looking too great for the Bounty. They are down their Sinister, drawing into 2 cards in hand. See if they can string a couple cards together. They do have Light and Dark, so they cast is live. But just another set monster and your set card in the back row there. Let's see how Alvarado responds. They could just flip up a Faith here. It's going to be Gravekeeper Spy, different spellcaster.
Many power cards for the Bounty to deal with.
Yeah, there's Blackluster Soldier.
Heavy Storm, Pot, Graceful, PLS, Thunder Dragon. Gonna take a lot. It's gonna take some copies of the same cards.
Normal Summon Tribe, use Torrential Tribute to clear the board. Did they not have Torrential Tribute? Oh, they did. They just had the Dekoichi. And here's a Chaos Sorcerer from Alvarado, and Bounty's just going to scoop it up. Just an MST and a Heavy Storm face down. Tough breaks for LeBounty here. But Anthony Alvarado was just able to string what he needed to overcome. And so Anthony Alvarado is going to be taking on SDL Killa here in the losers semifinals in just a moment. Get this updated here. So Anthony Alvarado on Chaos Turbo. It looks like going up against SDL Killa on Chaos Warriors, I believe. And we will have that match for y'all shortly. Take a quick little break as the duelists are preparing. And we are back here with the losers semifinals for the GOATformat.com Patreon World Championship Qualifier Tournament number 8. 34 players here in today's tournament. Top 2 duelists will receive an invite to the GOAT Format World Championships taking place on October 23rd and 24th, as well as the winner receiving a $75 cash prize. SDL Killa taking on Anthony Alvarado here in the loser semifinals. Anthony Alvarado still looking for their invite to this year's World Championships. They were a participant last year, qualified through winning a Format Library Championship. We just saw Anthony Alvarado take out John LaBounty. SDL Killa looking to earn more points for the top seeding of Worlds here. For those of you who are unfamiliar, if you earn an invite to the World Championships, but you already have an invite, you instead earn a point towards your seeding at the World Championships. That means if you do well in enough tournaments, you can have a higher seed than your opponents for the World's bracket. Alvarado starting off with just setting 2 cards. And SDL is going to respond with Kaiko set 4, but one of those 4 is a Trap Dust Shoot. Take a look at the hand here. It's Book of Moon, Thunder Dragon, Graceful Charity, Chaos Sorcerer, and Tribe Infecting Virus. I think the pick here is Thunder Dragon. You may need to fire off Graceful Charity regardless, but now Graceful Charity is a lot worse because they don't have Thunder Dragon in their hand. There's no free discards. You don't turn your Thunder Dragons that aren't really cards until real cards here. Jargreed's going to be the play first for Alvarado. See if he can draw something. Another Jargreed. STL's going to let both those go through. So refueling the hand here. This could make the Graceful Charity better. And Graceful Charity will resolve. Wow. All right. After the Graceful Charity resolves, discarding Sangan and Mind Control, we're going to see another Trap Dust Shoot from SDL's side, holding on to that Trap Dust Shoot as long as possible.
Can't beat that. Getting the perfect information now.
And now we're going to see the Chaos Sorcerer, Tribe Infecting Virus, Book of Moon. We already knew those were there. Over the course of Jargreeds and Graceful Charities, Alvarado picked up Blackluster Soldier, Magician of Faith, and Thunder Dragon.
Do you dump? Man, that's tough. So no matter what, this Kaiku's either going face down or off the board.
Yeah, I think you might want to minimize the...
Put the Sorcerer back so he can't summon the BLS?
Yeah, that's the only dark. No, he actually just pitched the Sangan, so he can summon the BLS.
Oh, yeah.
You might just want to get rid of the BLS, but it's kind of rough.
Yeah, geez, to get double dust shooted and still be in this position.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. I think we want to... it's tough. It's really tough. Maybe if you take out Tribe... This way they have...
Tribe, then they have to book you.
Yeah, this way they have to use the Book of Moon if they want to summon their Chaos stuff. If they don't, they can like T-set and then you can like Dust Tornado the Book of Moon if you have that.
I guess it depends what you have the answer for. mean, if you have a Solemn, then I think you put the...
I think you just saw on the Book of Moon.
Tribe back and saw on the Book of Moon.
Because
leaving him with a magician.
Because you can't solemn the Chaos Monster because it'll just they'll just summon the other Chaos Monster. They have a Light and Dark. Like, they're gonna put out Chaos Sorcerer first. Instead, SDL's gonna pick Magician of Faith. I guess that forces Alvarado to commit the normal summon for Tribe Infecting Virus, but a Chaos Monster might just come down this turn regardless. Yeah, regardless of double Dust Shoot. That's kind of crazy.
Putting the Faith back.
Yeah, there's Thunder Dragon gonna take care of the Kite Coat, seems like. Yeah, you don't have to summon the Chaos Monster yet. But looks like Alvarado will. Chaos Sorcerer's gonna be the play. Maybe if you have the Mirror Force. That's not it. Sakuretsu Armor is going to be able to pick off Chaos Sorcerer. Still doesn't deal with the... I guess they were more afraid of the Faith picking a card back up. Because if you put back the Tribe, then they have to use the Book of Moon main phase, and they can't Book of Moon to protect their Chaos Monster. So you just have to figure out how you're going to deal with the Magician of Faith. I guess that just is a sign that he doesn't have anything to deal with the Magician of Faith. Yeah, just has to pass back. It was another Sakuretsu Armor. Yeah, I guess I understand the putting the Faith back there, because you're just gonna draw with Graceful Charity. That's such a rough spot, because he had the answers to both the Chaos Monsters, but had Book of Moon for protection. The Curse of Knowledge. Now, Spy's being added to the board here for Alvarado's side, attacking in there along with the Tribe Infecting Virus. Here's a Blade Knight for SDL. Blade Knight attacks over Tribe Infecting Virus. Big Blade Knight. 400 damage. But Blackluster Soldier's just gonna say hello. And Solemn Judgment's going to clear it off for Alvarado's side. Solemn Judgment on the Book of Moon. So Alvarado is up a game. See how STL can adapt in game 2 here. I mean, waiting on Dust Shoot I think was very strong. The problem was just that there was so much in Alvarado's hand after resolving 2 Jar Greeds plus Graceful Charity. Alone Kaiko wasn't gonna do it for him, unfortunately. So similar start here in game 2. STL starting with Trap Dust Shoot and Kaiko combination. And similar opening for Alvarado. This is rough because Apprentice Magician makes Dust Shoot kind of worse here. If you send back the Apprentice Magician, it's just like they're going to get a Faith anyway. So, and if you send back the Faith, they're just going to get a Faith from the Apprentice Magician. Pot of Greed's going to change the whole dynamic of the hand anyway. But yeah, going to put it back just so that they don't have immediate access to Magician of Faith. They can always play around by just not attacking. Pot of Greed coming out for Alvarado's side. However, we're going to be met with a Solemn Judgment, willing to pay 4,000 to set this up. And setting either Saku Wing Blast and an Apprentice Magician. Another Kaiko. This will let Anthony search for Magician of Faith now. Main phase 2, we're going to get a Gnome and a Crossout, so no attacks here. So that's really strong then from the Dust Shoot, because you put back one of the Faiths. Now Alvarado's going to banish all 3 of them. Breaker the Magical Warrior now for Alvarado's side. That's a really good draw. Could have been drawn last turn with Pot of Greed. Still a really good draw in this exact spot. There's Pot of Greed of SDL's own. Upstart Goblin now for Alvarado after a set card from SDL's side. When the warrior deck is setting cards, it's not really ideal. And misclicking here. DB didn't register that they wanted to go to the battle phase. This is a 1900 attack point breaker. There's the counter. See what SDL does. What that set card could be. It's a Dekoichi. SDL does like to side in flip effect monsters. Dekoichi, one of them. Normally, the theory really is when you know you're going up against Warrior, it's kind of useless to have Gnome and a Crossout. So if you side in a flip effect monster, it's more likely that they'll resolves. When your opponent doesn't have any crossouts in their deck. Exile Force is able to take care of the breaker. Set a card from Alvarado's side. Now we got Dekoichi. Train's going to run over Critter here. Who's Critter going to find? Guess you can get Tsukiyomi. Yeah, that'll take care of the Blade Knight. But Blade Knight's going to come in for 16. And just one set card from SDL now. Tsukiyomi targeting Blade Knight. This attack's probably going to be met with Sakuretsu Armor. And we're going to see Tsukiyomi get destroyed. Much different game than the last game here. Dust Shoot coming up big despite Pot of Greed. There's another Blade Knight. Can they make it big? Alright, here's 54. See if Alvarado has anything to stop this. I believe they have the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast still. And the Sakuretsu Armor as well. So the Sakuretsu Armor is going to take out one of the Blade Knights. Thinking if they want to Wing Blast the other. You can lock it out of a draw, but there it is, the Wing Wind Blast, discarding Apprentice Magician. You can lock that out of the draw now. But it is Blade Knight, and it is a big one. It's not lethal, You can take 34 here. But the Koichi is kind of annoying to deal with in the Warrior matchup. Blade Knight and Dekoichi swinging in for 34. And flipping Solemn Judgment by accident, it looks like, trying to activate the MST. But that is not enough. That won't do it. And we're even. 1-1 here in the losers semifinals of Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8. Game 3 now. Anthony Alvarado is going to elect to go first, as one would do. Delinquent Duo. Hitting Delinquent Duo for the random. And discarding Sangan from SDL's side as SDL's choice. And I'm just receiving word that Scully unfortunately had to run out for the evening, so back flying solo for the time being. Alvarado going to set a monster here in the front, and then 4 back rows. Heavy Storm now from SDL's side. Probably going to be met with a Solemn Judgment. You wouldn't set 4 unless you had it, right? I think SDL's fine with that. Dropping down to 35. That means a lot less cards do a lot more damage. But SDL's got to find those cards in order to do the damage. Set cards from SDL's side. MST going to pick off a set Premature Burial. Here comes Berserk Gorilla. And Sangan as well from Alvarado's side. The Monkey's going to destroy the Choo Choo Train. And Sangan is going to tickle SDL for 1,000. What a unique combination of cards, Sangan and Berserkerilla. One looks like it's going to rip your head off and shoot fire, spit fire, literally at you. And the other one just is a adorable three-eyed little scamp. But both of them are vicious in their own right. Berserkerilla is going to be banished by the DD Warrior Lady. And Sangan's going to tickle in it again for 1,000. Another card set to Alvarado's side. Kind of playing off the top, SDL is. Reinforcements of the army. Think about what to find here. Blade Knight's going to be the pick. Going to take a 50-50 with MST. It's going to be this one. That's Sekretsu Armor. Good one to hit. See if the other down card is something real. Blade Knight swinging over Magician of Faith, and because Blade Knight is the only monster, it does negate Magician of Faith's effect. Pot of Greed off the top. Great rip from Anthony here. Still down in life, but a lot more cards to work with. Does anyone know how to ban someone from YouTube comments? I don't like that you're disrespecting my friend Sangan here, calling him Karibo's ugly cousin. Nothing ugly about this guy. Berserkerilla is the draw off a Pot of Greed. And back row as well. So now Berserkerilla is going to likely just going to crash here. I think he's thinking about if he wants to attack with Sangan first. That'll leave him with no monsters on the board, so it's probably better to just keep the Sangan and attack in. Now, set monster from an SDL side, and a set back row. So this this could be the second Koichi. But SDL's not going to flip this card up yet. Just going to decide to draw and set the card that they drew for turn. Flipping up, Gearfried the Iron Knight finally. Likely has a Blast with Chain set to go along with it. Thunder Dragon now from Alvarado's side. Back to SDL, or yeah, back to SDL's turn. After Thunder Dragon in another set. Reinforces the army is the pickup. Sakura to armor, taking care of Mystic Swordsman level 2. Switch the Gearfried to defense mode to play around Mirror Force. Gearfried has great defense, 1600. Nothing to laugh about. Same defense as DD Warrior Lady. A lot of sets on Anthony's side, but no flips. This could indicate that one of the set monsters, I think the one that was set before, the one that he just set this turn, is possibly the Apprentice Magician. Didn't flip the other monster. Oh, it was just set last turn, sorry. So, STL's just set a card past. Now, Anthony's going to activate Upstart Goblin, cycle for a new card. Ashura Priest is the summon. Do you just Torrential this if you have it? Yeah, they get a card with Sangan, but they only have Thunder Dragons in the hand. Stead is not going to Torrential, but will use Sakuretsu Armor to deal with the Ashura Priest. Gearfried is back and in attack. Doesn't want to run into an Ashura Priest again here. Finally going to attack Sangan now. Sangan searching for Tsukiyomi. Now we have... Yeah, that's confusing. He attacked with Blade Knight onto the Spy. Spy didn't get the search because that's probably the Spy face down now, if they weren't flipping it before. So using Blast with Chain to destroy the Spy, equipping it to Gearfried triggering, and destroying Blast with Chain, then Blast with Chain triggering, and destroying the spy. So yeah, they just might have forgot that they already attacked with the Blade Knight. Seems to be what happens here. Because it attacked Sangan already with Gearfried. Interesting that now was the time that they decided to try to break the board. Wouldn't you have to do something first if you are the turn player? If you, in attack declaration, wouldn't you have to use Blast with Chain first? TK? Yeah, I guess there was some miscommunication here because I was under the impression that Alvarado was under that they attacked with the Blade Knight, then decided after to use the Blast with Chain. You can use this card in the damage step though, so they might have been able to just chain Blast with Chain and Blast with Chain in the damage step to deal with the, like, even before the attacks. So is it when you attack with a monster, and it's your turn, do you have priority first to activate something on attack declaration if you can, correct, TK? And if you pass that priority, then your opponent can respond, but they don't have to respond with anything on attack deck? Yeah, so the play was that they attacked with Blade Knight and asked if for a response to the attack with Blade Knight, then tried to use the Blast with Chain in attack declaration. Is that possible or no? Okay, so before even a flip would occur, and then the replay would happen? Okay, so it still works, it just, there was a confusion on when it was actually happening. So TK has clarified for everyone in the chat room, to me, that if you pass on attack declaration as the turn player, you don't get to do anything because you passed. But you can. There are sub-steps in which you can use the chain before even getting into the damage step. So because you can activate Blast with Chain in the damage step, that is what happened. What would be happening in this case? I just think that was not made clear, or it wasn't used properly in the terms that both players were using. But we are kind of past that point in the game. So, Thunder Dragon, Upstart, Snatch Steal, and Tsukiyomi are the cards in the hand for Anthony Alvarado. Yeah, and then Upstart Goblin is going to activate, but Ring of Destruction on the... Oh, Ring of Destruction on the Blade Knight, but it's saved with Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. So, have to use Phoenix Wing Blast, discard the card. So Snatch Steal is no longer in play here. Had to discard the Thunder Dragon. Now needs to find a card off the top to deal with the Blade Knight that's coming in next turn for lethal damage. And a set monster is going to be the case here. I mean, this is tricky because that set monster is going to protect SDL, or it's going to protect Alvarado from losing, but we know that Snatch Steal is in hand from Alvarado, so SDL is not going to put the Blade Knight out because they don't want it to get Snatch stolen. So if this is a good enough flip effect monster, Alvarado may be able to circumvent losing. Another Upstart Goblin now for Alvarado. That was the Upstart from before, I believe. It's just a pass back. Didn't flip this card last turn. Tribe Infecting Virus now, coming out from Alvarado's side. Gear for the Iron Knight cannot be equipped, so you cannot use Snatch Steal on it. However, it can be destroyed by Sakuretsu Armor. So Alvarado's got to decide something here. 2 little cards taking way too long to decide if you want to summon your Chaos Sorcerer or not, but here it is. Blade Knight finally coming down. Has to deal now with the Tribe Infecting Virus because it was representing lethal next turn. Chaos Sorcerer dealt with. It was set with the Tsukiyomi. Yes, so someone Chaos Sorcerer attacked and then set with Tsukiyomi. Got it. Graceful Charity for Alvarado here. Can they string together something just to deal with the one back row? Could be Mirror Force. Chaos Sorcerer dealt with through the Sakuretsu armor, but discarding the Snatch Steal and the Tsukiyomi in the hand. Tried to go with it. It's just going to be met with a Solemn Judgment, though, on the breaker. New Sept card from SDL's side. You got to pay some life points there, sir. 750. There you go. Magician of Faith, now the flip up. Get back Pot of Greed here. That did get back MST because you drew the monster that you need to win the game. Instead, gonna get Magician of Faith, deciding they want to see more cards instead of keeping 2. Discarding Sinister Serpent into Koichi means that they probably drew a monster that can win here, and it was a monster that can win. Breaker the Magical Warrior will be able to break the back row and attack in for game. Nail Biter back and forth there towards the end, but Alvarado was able to pull it out. And going to be moving on to the losers' finals game. And we're getting into it here. Losers finals. Anthony Alvarado on Chaos Turbo, taking on I Love CC with their Warrior. I'm gonna call it Warriors. Interesting card choices. Gyro Gumo, drop offs, magic drains, but plays very similarly to a Warrior strategy. Alvarado's going to start the game off here, and we're going to see a delinquent duo from Alvarado's side taking out Donzalug as the discard from CC and the random discard of Mystic Swordsman level 2. The winner of this is going to have to go on to play Moxies in the grand finals for the grand prize. But the winner of this will qualify for the GOAT Format World Championships, and neither of these players have their invite already. So we're going to get a new qualification here. This is very important losers finals to win for both of these players, because if they, whoever loses here only has 4 more chances. There's only 4 more invites that are going to be given out for this season here in the upcoming weeks before the World Championships again. For those of you at home who want to try to participate, head on over to goatformat.com for more information on where you can earn those invites. But October 23rd and 24th will be the 2021 GOAT Format World Championships. Hope to see all of y'all there, if you're qualified or not. Everyone in the chat here today, thanks for coming out, of course. Can't wait to bring that event to you. Over $1,000 in cash prizes, as well as top or playmats for the top finishing players. And that sweet, sweet title belt that you've been seeing all day today in your bottom left corner. That will be for the winner of the event itself. Here in this game, though, Wing Blast taking care of Blade Knight after a bunch of cards getting exchanged. Duos from both player sides, taking out Thunder Dragons, as well as Magician of Faith. Breaker coming out. You gotta hit Dust Tornado. Attack in here. The Blade Knight is on the top of the deck. We'll be able to run over the Breaker if there is no back row for Anthony Alvarado, but there is. So CC's going to have to contend with this back row here. Still going to run out the Breaker. Can try to attack this face down. That's what they're going to try to do here. Going to be met with Ring of Destruction. Take 2,000. If that's a face down as a spy, that's just game. Pot of Greed off the top. Will we find something with at least 18, right? No, it's a Magician of Faith. So yeah, really wanted to hold that faith for something good here. Duo would have been okay, but the Pot of Greed is much better. No monster to add to the board, though, so we're just going to poke in for 19. Drop CC down to 15. Wing Blast in the battle phase here. going to be able to take care of the monster from CC's side. And that was a quick game one for Anthony Alvarado. CC's going to start off here. Game 2, Pot of Greed. Draw a couple cards. 2 to be exact. Set 3, drop off on Anthony Alvarado's turn, and dropping off, pretty good one. Lackluster Soldier, Envoy at the beginning. Pot of Greed from Alvarado's end. Going to be met with a Magic Drain, but Alvarado is going to use... going to discard the Snatch Steal in order to resolve Pot of Greed. So Magic Drain going to take out Snatch Steal there. Pretty good one to grab. So CC already dealing preemptively with a few threats that Alvarado could have presented. Pretty good ones at that. And Alvarado's just going to set a monster and pass. CC could summon a Blade Knight here, try to run over. Mystic Swords and level 2s in their deck as well. They can use that. Here's Blade Knight. But I'm going to use Nobleman to cross out instead. That'll take care of the Gravekeeper Spy. And it's looking pretty good for CC here. They're going to have big Blade Knight, attack in for 2,000. 5 cards still for both players, thanks to Pot of Greeds on both players' sides. Try Infecting Virus now. for CC. I'm going to use the effect, I presume. I'm sorry, for Alvarado. And use the effect to get rid of CC's Blade Knight. And after discarding Sinister Serpent, I'm going to discard Thunder Dragon, add 2 more to the hand. Swung in for 16 and pass it back. So lone Tribe Infecting Virus is staring down 5 cards on the opponent's side. Berserkerilla now for CC side, going to be able to deal with the Tribe Infecting Virus. Now set card for Alvarado after drawing and adding the Sinister back to the hand. Set monster here. Breaker the Magical Warrior, as opposed to Breaker the, I don't know, what's an unmagical person? The normal guy. Breaker the regular guy. The monkey's gonna beat up a, or sorry, the Breaker actually just walked over the Dekoichi, and the monkey came in for 2,000. 3,600 Alvarado's at, with a bunch of cards in hand, but no action, it seems like, to deal with the monsters on board. There's Chaos Sorcerer. Eating my hat on that one. We'll see, though, against 4 back rows, is this going to survive? Activate the effect with priority? Yes, they will. CC doesn't have a response to the summon, nor the effect here of Chaos Sorcerer. And set a couple cards, one in the front, 2 in the back. MST gonna hit Book of Moon in the end phase. Snatch Deal for CC side. Gonna try to take control of the Chaos Sorcerer. Gonna chain Ring of Destruction after thinking for a bit. So both players are going to take 23 here. Anthony Alvarado is going to drop down to 13. Set card here for CC. Now a Blade Knight off the Premature Burial. No scoop phase yet because that card is probably going to be Gravekeeper Spy. Again, Commentator's Curse. What do I know? And just like that, we're heading into Game 3. Sort of had to ring the Sork, I guess, because they knew that the Sork was going to be able to deal with the down card. But that just put them in game shot range if another monster was ever to hit the board. Good sequencing from CC there. Onward to Game 3 here. Upstart Goblin's going to be the start for Alvarado. Followed up with Graceful Charity, discarding Tribe Infecting Virus and Tsukiyomi. Now 3 in the back, 4 in the back, 1 in the front. And I Love CC with the Whopper, the Warrior Special. How effective is the Whopper going second? Might not be very effective here. We'll see in time. There's Drop Off. Sakuratu Armor was able to deal with the Blade Knight. Heavy Storm was the pickoff. Would have been a nice one for Alvarado to keep, but unfortunately, he dropped it off. I Love CC gonna Solemn Judgment the Koichi, denying another draw from Alvarado here. If that goes through, there is another Solemn from Alvarado's side. Pay 4,000. Let this resolve. So on 5 cards to 3 here, not quite the even exchange. And Pot of Greed off the draw here. From that Dekoichi. So Soloming it must have been worth it. And the Pot of Greed is going to resolve. Sangen's going to be added to the board along with the train. This is a 2-turn clock. If this goes through, of course. Sangen's going to get in there. Battle phase. Main phase 2, we're going to set another card in the back. End the turn. Industrial Tornado on the fresh set. That's Ring of Destruction. That would have been a closer for Alvarado, but it's now been taken out of play. Time Seal on Alvarado's turn. Could have done this end step as well, but elected to do it now. It's fine. And it is going to resolve. I mean, that's lethal on board, so CC has to have something to deal with the Dekoichi, most likely. Widespread Ruin. That will destroy the Dekoichi. Take 1,000 from the Sangan. Berserk Gorilla off the top. Attacking the Sangan here. I don't think Alvarado's on Book of Moon, but that would be very funny if he did put the monkey to bed. Gonna scoop up a Magician of Faith with the Sangan's effect. MST the back row. It's Solemn Judgment. And Snatch Steal the monkey. And that is the game. Congratulations to Anthony Alvarado for qualifying now for the World Championships of GOAT format. Heartbreaker for I Love CC here. I know a lot of people in the chat were rooting for them. But unfortunately, the Whopper just isn't as strong as it is on turn 1 than it is on turn 2. But congratulations to both duelists, honestly. They played very, very good throughout the whole day. Alvarado's day isn't over, though. Moxie's is waiting in grand finals. Alvarado will have to take on another warrior deck in order to win the entire tournament. And we're going to get into it right away here. Grand finals between Anthony Alvarado and Moxie's to determine the winner of the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this tournament structure, this is a double elimination bracket. That means you have to lose twice in order to be out of the tournament. Because Moxie's is already in grand finals, they are playing from the winner's side of the bracket. They have not lost today at all. So Alvarado will have to overcome 2 best 2 out of 3 games in order to win the entire tournament, where Moxie's only needs to win 1 best 2 out of 3 in order to win the tournament here. It's the winner side advantage. Going to start off with Blade Knight from Moxie's end. And we're going to take a peek at the hand. It's going to be Ring of Destruction, Thunder Dragon, Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, Tsukiyomi, Magician of Faith, and Dekoichi, the Battle Enchanted Locomotive. Not any obvious picks here, but we have been seeing today a lot of players are electing to put Thunder Dragon back into the deck. So, setting all the cards here from Alvarado's side, it just kind of depends on what the monster thinks he's going to set. Ring of Destruction is going to be meet Breaker's attack here. Call the Haunted targeting Blade Knight. Will Alvarado use another card in Phoenix and Windblast to deal with this? They attack with the Blade Knight now. Going to use Phoenix and Windblast, so the answer to that question is yes. Going to discard the Magician of Fate. Put the Blade Knight back, and that Call the Haunted is no longer in use. So here is Reinforcements of the Army in main phase 2. You can go search for your Exiled Force. This also shuffles your deck to unlock your draw now. And Alvarado just is sitting with a Tsukiyomi in the hand, thanks to Dust Shoot taking away the Thunder Dragon, Phoenix Windblast discarding the Magician of Faith, and now Exiled Force taking care of the Dekoichi. Alvarado did not shuffle the deck. Checking the logs should confirm that or not. So, new card off the top for Alvarado's side. Going to set a monster here. Could be the Tsukiyomi that we know about. Could be a new monster. Moxie's is going to have to decide what they want to do. Gravekeeper Spy is going to be the flip up. Going to get another Gravekeeper Spy. Alvarado probably thinking on the position. Nope, just going to go straight to the battle phase. And attack in for 24. And you can put your Tsukiyomi down now. That's going to resolve. No Torrential Tribute from Moxie's side. And we'll put the Spy back down. I wonder if it would have just been better to keep the Spy in defense and not summon Tsukiyomi whatsoever. Because this opens the Spy up to being Nobleman. And just on time here is Nobleman to cross out. Using it on the Gravekeeper Spy. Not going to shuffle any more out of the deck from Alvarado. Only plays just the 2. Yeah, it might have just been better to keep this one Spy in defense and just attack. Yeah, you're putting your opponent at less life this way. But now your board just got answered. We shall see. Graceful Charity off the top for Alvarado. They do have the answer in their hand with Tsukiyomi. So it's quite possible that... Yeah, it's quite possible that they can just answer this Blade Knight, especially that down card doesn't seem to be anything special if they didn't use it before. Though, Moxies could be holding something. Discarding a Jar of Greed and Tsukiyomi now for Graceful Charity. And there's the game shot with Blackluster Soldier. So Graceful Charity picking up the cards that Alvarado needed in order to score the first game win here in Grand Finals. So Moxie's going to go first now. I believe they went first last game, too. Starting off with just a Blade Knight and a back row. Breaker the Magical Warrior for Alvarado's end. We'll break the back row here. It's Zing Zang Hu. Trading monsters. Both at 16. That Blade Knight is small. And now one back row from Alvarado's side. See what Moxie's cooks up here. We got reinforcements of the army. What are we going to grab? Donza Lug. Test the waters here. See if that's a Sakuretsu armor or a Wing Blast. Looks like it's Saku. So Saku's going to trade. And we're back to 4 cards apiece, but Alvarado on the draw now. This Breaker was able to deal with one of the back rows, so picked up that crucial plus. Thunder Dragon going to add to Anthony Alvarado's advantage here. And just a T-set back from Alvarado's side. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer now for Moxies. Followed up by Nobleman of Crossout. This will take care of the face-down monster, if it does resolve, of course. Could see a chain here like Solemn Judgment. It's just the Apprentice Magician. Interesting tech card that Alvarado chose to play today. In a deck with Upstart Goblin. Makes Magician of Faith better in the earlier turns, because you're able to use your Upstart, and if you do not find any kind of power spell, you can at least get your Upstart Goblin back and activate it again. Apprentice Magician helps you find that Magician of Faith. Also, his effect does trigger off a Blade Knight, something that Magician of Faith does not, if Blade Knight's the only monster on the board. Berserk Gorilla now for Alvarado's side. Alvarado gonna flip the Solemn Judgment in response to Sakuretsu Armor, dropping down to 31, making Moxies take 200. So Berserk Gorilla, Big Monkey Man, gonna be met with the boys. Exiled Force, and then Call the Haunted. Hello, ring, ring, ring. Pick up the phone. You're not dead anymore, Kaiko. Kaiko's coming back to destroy the ghost of the Berserk Gorilla. Alvarado sets a monster. Moxies runs his Kaiko into that monster. It's Gravekeeper Spy. I'm going to wall up here. Tsukiyomi to reset that Kaiko. Put it face down. Take a little nap. Tsukiyomi needs to try to attack here, but Alvarado's probably debating, do I want to switch the walls that I have into attack position? Not going to. Would have been able to deal with the Kaiko, but Sakuretsu Armor is going to pick up the Tsukiyomi. Fail to find on Thunder Dragon. And here's Blackluster Soldier, or sorry, not Blackluster Soldier, Chaos Sorcerer. Ahead of myself here. Flip that up preemptively, or put that on the board preemptively so that Kaiko can't lock it out of the game. Also just presents a threat that Moxies has to deal with. Moxie's just going to set the cards that he drew. Upstart Goblin now for Alvarado. Down to 13, but has more monsters on the board. Moxie's maybe playing from the back foot just a bit. Has more cards to his name as well, does Alvarado. Gonna switch one of the spies to attack mode. This is weary of Mirror Force. Ooh, very weary of Mirror Force. Going to switch the other spy as well. Just kidding. We're going back in defense. Gravekeeper Spy will try to attack in. Will be successful on the Kaiko. And Chaos Sorcerer will poke in for 2,300. Dropping Moxie's down to 63. So Moxie's not in life trouble, but is way behind on the board and in cards. Does need to figure out something here off the top. Some sort of combination that can deal with Chaos Sorcerer. Going to attack in with the Gravekeeper Spy and the Chaos Sorcerer again. Dropping Moxie's down to 28 now. Did not flip up his... Alvarado did not flip up his face-down monster here in main phase 1. Play around with potential stuff like Torrential Tribute or a bigger Mirror Force. Graceful Charity now. Off the top here for Moxies. Get to look at 3 cards, but only can keep 1 of them. And now Chaos Sorcerer. It's Moxie's turn to play a Chaos Monster. Gonna see if the summon is okay, and it looks like it's resolving. Chaos Sorcerer is going to banish the opposing Chaos Sorcerer. Going to try to, at least. There could be a Book of Moon face down for Alvarado to protect his Chaos Sorcerer. So now reestablishing the board. Has some back row to defend himself with. Alvarado's got to look for something to deal with this Chaos Sorcerer. Now, it doesn't have any monsters in the graveyard. Everything got banished from Summoning Chaos and also Kaiko. Just a set here from Alvarado's end. Moxie's going to use the effect of Chaos Sorcerer, very wise, to just get rid of these Gravekeeper Spies here. Takoichi is the flip-up now for Alvarado on their turn after the Spy gets banished. Some more cards in the back for Alvarado. They do have a Thunder Dragon left in their hand. They can always pitch that away for something like a Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. There's the Phoenix Wing Wind Blast right on time, as I was just saying. Gonna be met with Solemn Judgment. Was gonna try to spin away the Chaos Sorcerer. Only Darks left in the graveyard for Moxie, so that would have been a dead draw. Must have just drew that Phoenix Wing Wind Blast for turn. Or off of the Dekoichi effect. But didn't have it beforehand. So both down to very low life. Ring of Destruction has not been used by either player. And a tie could happen if Chaos Sorcerer is targeted with Ring and there's no chain to that preventing the damage. Heavy Storm down from Moxie's end. Going to deal with the Mirror Force in the back row for himself. Now he's got to think here. That's only 1100 on the attack into Deco. Going to use Chaos Sorcerer's effect to banish the Gravekeeper Spy. Now, Premature Burial. What are we bringing back? Bring back the Kaiko? Yeah, that makes sense. Attack to get rid of the light monster in the graveyard, so no Chaos follow-up for Alvarado. There is still a set monster. Wow, okay, Drew Tribe Infecting Virus. Both of those happen to be spellcasters. So Alvarado will take game 1, or match 1 here. Resetting the bracket. Moxie's going to go first, though, in game 1 of the new bracket, or of the loser side of Grand Finals. Starting off with DD Warrior Lady, just throwing it out there. No back rows. Thunder Dragons now for Alvarado's end. Graceful Charity to back yourself up here. Gonna turn those Thunder Dragons into something good. Ooh, gonna discard a Sinister Serpent instead. Gonna retain one of those cards. And it just might be Alvarado's day today. He was going on a tear in loser's bracket. Earning his invite today, but now needs to earn the title of the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8 champion. But Moxie's has something to say about that. Already earning their seeding points going into Worlds. Moxie's one of the early contenders for Player of the Year this year. Was on a tear earlier. But has consistently done well. Slowed down a bit. But in tournaments that they did play in, performed very highly. Especially in the 3v3 tournaments. Moxie's teams did very well in those tournaments. In fact, one of the teams was called Get Mark to Worlds, and their goal was to get their teammate Mark to Worlds. Both of the other players had invites already, and they, in fact, got Mark to Worlds. One earned them the invites. Graceful Charity, though, after Pot of Greed, following up from the T-set. Very good start from Alvarado, but T-set's not super powerful. Unless those cards are just, you know, fantastic. Magician of Faith. And there's Trinity. Pot of Greed, Graceful, and Duo all turn 2 here from Moxie's end. Well, this is turn 3 of the whole duel, but second turn for Moxie's. And getting rid of the last Thunder Dragon in the hand, but the random was going to get the Dekoichi. Here we'll have a Heavy Storm 1-for-1. Get rid of the Book of Moon. Not going to chain that. It doesn't matter. No, I'm going to cross out. Get rid of this face down. Apprentice Magician. Very good card to hit in this scenario. And that clears the way for Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. That will most likely banish the Sinister Serpent and the Dekoichi there. Yeah, keeping Alvarado off of Darks. And dealing 15 and 18, dropping Alvarado down to 47. So really, really strong second turn here for Moxie's side after not doing anything substantial, just running out of DD Warrior Lady turn 1. And got the glitch LP bug. Shout out to duelingbook.com, great website. Two in the back here for Moxies. Can be met with Alvarado's Heavy Storm, and Solemn Judgment is going to be used to protect the other back row. So take 35 for MST. Snatch Steel's gonna take Kaiko here. But Book of Moon will respond. Putting the Kaiko face down, Snatch Steel does not resolve. Goes to the graveyard. 1 set from Alvarado, 2 set from Alvarado, and end my turn. So can't be Wing Blast, can't be... Can be Saku. Can be Mirror Force, can be Torrential. Could be Solemn. We'll see the flip up of Kaiko. And now Breaker the Magical Warrior. Does Alvarado have a response here? And they're going to think on it. They could Solemn and then protect their life points and still be with like a Sakuretsu armor or something and then still have life to work with. That'll put them on just drawing off the top of their deck. I don't know how profitable that would be for them. How wise of a decision that would come out to. Ring of Destruction. Just hitting the Kaiko attack. And there's Exiled Force. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Alvarado had to Solemn to summon a Breaker, and then Ring of Destruction had to hit the Kaiko there. Put the DD Warrior Lady to defense. And just, yeah, ran out the monster there. But was met with Exiled Force to clean up the game. So Moxie's on a match point now, on tournament point. Thank you so much, everybody, for the follows today. Hope you guys in the chat are having a great time watching GOAT Format Yu-Gi-Oh! You can head on over to goatformat.com. That's www.goatformat.com to learn more about GOAT Format. You get involved in our tournaments here. And again, they've already earned their invites, but they're playing for some prize money here and for just the glory of winning one of our events. If you'd like to join up on the Patreon, again, go on over to goatformat.com and click on our Patreon link. Access to the Patreon will get you VIP membership on the Discord. You could also pay for the tournament tier. And you can also, with the Patreon, get access to videos created by Dale Bolito himself on how to get better at the format and get better at Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. And all your Patreon support goes directly to funding all our events, and especially the World Championships and everything that we do for that event. So now I'm going to cross out from Moxie's side on the Sinister Serpent. Pot of Greed was met with a Solemn Judgment. Moxie's couldn't draw off of that. And Moxie tried to set 3, but MST hit the Sakuretsu Armor. So Solemn Judgment's coming out for the Berserk Gorilla here. Solemn, your Solemn will drop down to 2,000. Solemn, your Solemn, sir. Doesn't have the Snatch Steel in hand. Doesn't want to use that. But here's Zambira the Dark from Moxie's side. Zambira the Dark, strong monster, 2,100 attack points, but cannot attack your opponent directly. Both players fighting each other with Solemn Judgments here. Moxie's presenting a strong card in Zambira, but it's not going to get the job done. Just has to set. No mana cross out for the new set. It's Magician of Faith. Let's see what we got here. No face from Moxie's end, but 3 face we know are in Alvarado's deck. All of them get banished. And Zambira the Dark is going to attack, and it's going to clear the Gravekeeper Spy, but loses 200 attack points. So it's not going to be able to attack over the other Spy. Moxies would need something like a Book of Moon. Or Tsukiyomi resetting it here. This will be able to try to walk over the Zambira. It's only got 500 defense. But if Moxie's has something like a Sakuretsu Armor, he can protect it. And now clear the Spy with the attack from the Zambira. But switching the Spy to attack mode, Alvarado's going to attack in for 1,200 with the Spy. Smashing Ground's going to be the response here. After the Tsukiyomi gets picked back up, the Spy's the only monster on the board. Breaker, the Magical Warrior. We're going to take a chance here. Which one are we going to hit? The fresh set that was Sakuretsu Armor. Let's see if this is another card. It is not. And we're even in the reset bracket here. 1 apiece. So Moxie's going to start off Game 3 here of Match 2. Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, card we haven't really seen much of today, but is played often in these warrior decks, is a great answer to face-up spies that are just sitting in defense. Trap Dust Shoot coming out here on Moxie's end. We're going to take a peek at Alvarado's hand. It's Dekoichi, Thunder Dragon, Breaker, Sakaretsu Armor, Book of Moon, and Sangan. So another hand that's not really obvious of what the best pick may be. I would pick Breaker here just because I don't want to lose back rows. But advantage getters like Sangan and Dekoichi, if you don't have answers to them, they are suitable targets as well. You could have something like a Book of Moon to just book the Breaker, and you're fine at that point. Breaker can't run over the Grandmaster anyway. If they use the effect, they would have to just try to attack with it. If they want to try to kill the Grandmaster, they could just always summon Breaker and set their stuff. Thunder Dragon is going to be the pick, though. Going to deny Alvarado off of light monsters. Seems to be common theme we've been seeing all day is people putting Thunder Dragon back after Trap Dust Shoot is flipped up. See what Alvarado does. He's got the Book of Moon, the Sakaretsu Armor, Sangan, Dekoichi, and Breaker still to play with. Breaker going to be the summon. Gonna coin flip here using Breaker's effect. So he can use Book of Moon offensively here to book the monster. Ah, okay, so on resolution, using Dust Shoot now. Interesting pick here. Technically speaking, could have responded on resolution with Book of Moon. But we're assuming that the right play here is to not do that because you want to try to use on like attack declaration if they have anything, and then Book of Moon it, right? Like the same thing that we saw earlier in the day with SDL, where they attacked and then before they were able to get even to the damage step, they were going to use the Blast with Chain on their Iron Knight. But in this case, we're just going to use the Book of Moon offensively. And here is the the Blade Knight going to run down this Breaker, but is Alvarado going to use the Sakaretsu Armor? Yes, they will. That'll put another light in the graveyard for Moxies. And drawing a new card for turn is Alvarado. Alvarado did not forget to shuffle this time. Just going to set a new monster here. Most likely the Dekoichi, the Battle Enchanted Locomotive. Also going to set a back row that they drew for turn. Blade Knight coming down. This is big Blade Knight. Going to take out the Dekoichi. No effect will happen because Blade Knight is the only guy on Moxie's side of the field. So Moxie's picked apart the hand pretty decently. Has a bigger monster on board. Does not believe the first set card to be real, but the second card may be. Has to still play carefully, though. Doesn't want to lose the one monster that they have. Blade Knight is going to try to attack in the breaker again. MST. Yeah, MST and then Ring of Destruction, okay. Interesting stuff. And it did not work out for Alvarado. Now they are left with 0 cards, thanks to Solemn Judgment. Moxie's was happy to pay half of his life. Now, drawing into 2 cards here. Alvarado just playing off the top, has to set this monster. Gonna put a Kaiko on board along with it, and that was the right decision, it looks like, because it was just Sinister Serpent, so Kaiko is now going to be able to take out the Sinister Serpent, as well as this Dekoichi. Snatch Steal would be pretty big here. Nothing for Alvarado's side. Let's see what Moxie's has off the top. Just a set card, make the Blade Knight big, attack in for 2,000, attack in for 18, dropping Alvarado down to 2,000, getting rid of the breaker. No monsters now in the graveyard for Alvarado's end. Looking in the graveyard, there's nothing for them to get back here. It's just the Chaos Sorcerer, couldn't summon it anyway. Solemn Judgment was the down card. Wow. Trap Dust Shoot, picking apart his opponent's hand, being able to sculpt it how they wanted to play against it versus the cards that they had face down. Congratulations to Moxies for winning the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 8, the last of the season. Took a risk on holding the Dust Shoot, but it paid off in the end because you manipulated Alvarado's turn. Alvarado, though, went on a tear all throughout Loser's Bracket, reset the bracket here in Grand Finals, and got him Moxie's down to Game 3. Final duel of the tournament. Did not go down without a fight. Congratulations again to both these duelists. Moxie's for winning the tournament first off, and then earning another seeding point, but for Alvarado for getting their invite to the World Championships with GOAT format. If you guys at home like what you're seeing here and want to see more, head on over to goatformat.com. We have a list of the remaining events that are coming up that you can participate in to try to earn your spot at the World Championships. You can also, if you just want to watch, hey, head on over to goatformat.com, join our Discord, get some updates. Again, the World Championships at GOAT format is going to happen this month, October 23rd and 24th. That's Saturday and Sunday. It'll be it's an invite-only tournament. All the top GOAT format players who've earned an invite this season are invited to play. Double elimination bracket day 1 until we get to top 8. Top 8 of those players will move on to day 2. Day 2 will be another new double elimination bracket. So exciting stuff going on. Winner of GOAT Format World Championships will take home that belt that you're seeing on your screen right now. as well as cash prizes. Top 8 competitors will earn a Worlds playmat you have designed. And every Worlds participant will be receiving a custom Worlds dice. Again, my name is Mascus. I want to thank everyone in the chat for joining. I hope to see you guys again. Everyone, have a good night and stay safe.